Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Food Science Students Conference 2021. We warmly welcome our honorable speakers, lecturers, participants, and also the audience. Before we begin, let us pray together according to our beliefs, and let's begin. Amen. Okay. Hello, everyone. How you doing? I hope you are all in good health, considering the condition of this country is not getting better due to the COVID-19 outbreak. But it's okay. We're all healthy here, and we'll continue our event this time, namely Foster 2021. First of all, let me introduce myself. Hi, my name is Peter William Subusepa, and I will be guiding this conference as the master of ceremony. For your information regarding this conference, Foster is an annual event held by the Faculty of Agricultural Technologies Student Executive Board. And this year's is the 21st Food Science and Technology Student Meeting. Foster is also a part of 26 Faculty of Agricultural Technologies DICE Netherlands. Before we proceed, let's get to know this year's theme, which is Pushing the Boundaries, Sustainable and Responsible Food Innovation. As the needs of people shift and technology evolves, the food industry tries to always be ahead. The food system is a long and complex process involving multiple stakeholders. High emission, high use of water, and overuse of chemical fertilizer is only a fraction of the environmental impact caused by our food system. Many people began to realize this side of the food system and wish for better, more accountable, and more sustainable food products. As the wish for sustainable food became more apparent, this has become a challenge for current food industries and future generations to not only try to produce new and nutritious foods, but also more sustainable and accountable food products. Okay, after getting to know this year's theme, I would like to announce that all participants must fill an attendance form for this plenary speaker session. The form will be sent by the committee and participants must fill the form 30 minutes from now. There will be another attendance form for the presentation session and evaluation form at the end of this conference. There will be a total 3 attendance forms of this conference that must be filled by the audience in order to get the certificate. Okay, without further ado, let us move on to the next event. I would like to invite the chairperson of Foster 2021, Ms. Jesseline Angelina, to present a speech. Ms. Jesseline, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter, for the time. Good morning, everyone. I would like to extend a special welcome to Mr. Prabowo as our Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, our honorable speakers, Mr. Ariawan, Mrs. Inneke, and Mr. Jimmy, also to our presentation judges, our beloved lecturers, and to all conference and competition participants present in today's event. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you in this year's Food Science Student Conference. First of all, I would like to thank God for giving us the chance to virtually hold this event despite the current pandemic situation we're going through. I would like to thank all of our keynote speakers, Mr. Ariawan, Mrs. Inneke, and Mr. Jimmy, for sharing their knowledge in this conference. I would also like to say thank you to Mr. Prabowo for the guidance and to all lecturers for their support. I would also like to express my thanks to all the judges who has contributed to Foster's paper competition, and to all of the committee members for your dedication in preparing this conference to be as best as possible. And last but not least, I would like to thank all of the participants for attending this conference. Foster, or Food Science Student Conference, is an event held annually to facilitate food technology students, lecturers, scientists, and even practitioners to share their findings and new insights. The Faculty of Agricultural Technology has now entered its 26th year, and Foster is one of the events held to celebrate the 26th anniversary. This year is also the 21st year of the Food Science and Technology Student Meeting being held. We are very pleased by the enthusiasm of all participants that led Foster to still continue to be held every year. The theme of Foster 2021 is Pushing the Boundaries, Sustainable and Responsible Food Innovation. Many people began to realize the importance of sustainability in the recent years. The food industry and the food system certainly cannot be separated from this. Advances in technology and information must also be utilized to continue support sustainability in our food systems. Going forward, we need to think about how to surpass our limits and to produce food innovations that are not only nutritious but also environmentally friendly and sustainable. Through Foster 2021, I hope that all participants can gain new insights regarding sustainable food innovation and keep innovating for the betterment of Indonesia and the future. Hopefully, all participants can enjoy today's conference, and I wish all the scientific paper competition finalists the best of luck in their presentation later. I think that's all from me. Thank you for the time, and please enjoy the event.
Okay, thank you for the good speech, Miss Jocelyn. And now, let us welcome the Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Technology at Pranato Catholic University, Dr. Robertus Probo Yulianto Nugrahedi, STP, M.Sc, to give an opening speech. Mr. Probo, the time is yours.
Thank you, Peter. Okay. Distinguished speakers, Bapak Ivo Ariawan, Marketing Vice President PT ISM Bogasari Flour Mills, Bapak Jimmy Perdana, Senior Scientist of Nestle at Singen, Germany, Ibu Inneke, our beloved lecturer from FTP SCU, honorable guests, colleagues, and participants, my beloved students. Thank be to God, amidst this pandemic COVID, we can still virtually gather in this virtual room with a great joy and health. On behalf of Faculty of Agricultural Technology, SCU, I'd like to welcome you to the 21st Foster. Yes, we have been up and down organized this event since 2001 annually, and it is formerly known as the NSC, National Student Conference, or sometimes we change into ISC, International Student Conference. Interestingly, I sometimes met the alumni of this Foster, former students who did participate in the Foster, especially in the Foster competition. I met them abroad. I know some of them work at international food or ingredients companies. Others are PhD, working as lecturer or researchers, not to mention many others that I haven't met yet. So maybe in the following years, I will meet some of you as the alumni of these Fosters and become one of the successful persons. It means that this event is one of the, I would say, triggering button for the now students to create their path. So for you students, please enjoy this moment and start or continue your dreams for your career. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two keywords at least that I find in this Foster theme: sustainability and innovation. These are the words that nowadays getting more and more critical in all aspects of our life, including food sectors. Companies will not only focus on sustainable of their economics or profit sustainability, but also they are now, whether they like it or not, has to think to focus on the sustainability of the Mother Earth, the environment, the people, and so on and so forth. Innovation will not only be acknowledged from its creativity, its newness, its novelty, but also how this can be sustained and as well as promote the sustainability. Therefore, will learn from the great speakers today from the perspective of food companies as well as the researchers. We will also enjoy the students' presentation who was selected from many participants already registered for the competition during the afternoon session. Last but not least, I like to thank to the committee, to Cheslin and the team. You guys are rock. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And let us enjoy the conference and God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you for the good speech, Mr. Probo. Okay, now we are moving on to the plenary speaker session. To all of the participants, please fill the plenary speaker's attendance form sent by the committee in the room chat. And now, we invite Shalina Audrey as the moderator for today's conference. Ms. Audrey, the time is yours.
Thank you, Peter. As our master of ceremony in today's conference, good morning, everyone. My name is Shalina Audrey Marcelino, and I will guide this conference as the moderator. Okay, before we begin, I will explain the rules of this conference. Number 1, all of the audience are allowed to turn on their camera and must mute their microphones during the conference. Number 2, all participants must change their display name according to this format. Name of the presentation room, _name, _institution or university. Number 3, each speaker have 25 minutes to present their topic or presentation. Number 4, the question and answer session will be opened at the end of the presentations. Participants can ask or submit their questions during the presentation by typing your question in the room chat according to the format provided by the committee, which is name, _institution or university, _speaker, _question. Your questions will be answered by the speakers at the end of all presentations. Number 5, at the end of this conference, there is an evaluation form of the conference that must be filled by the audience. The participants will get their certificate only after filling the form. Those are several rules that should be obeyed by all participants. Okay, now let me introduce you all to the speaker of this conference. The first speaker is Mr. Ariawan Budiprabawa, BS MBA. He finished his study and got a Master of Business Administration degree from Oklahoma City University, USA, and Bachelor of Science in Food Science and Technology from Kansas State University, USA. Mr. Ariawan got an award in 2015 as Marketer of the Year from Marketplace Hermawan Kartajaya. Now, he's working as Marketing Senior Vice President at PT Indofood Sukses Makmur Tbk, specifically at Bogasari Flour Mills Division. Now, the second speaker is Mrs. Inneke Hantoro, STP M.Sc. Mrs. Inneke obtained her Bachelor of Science in Food Technology in 2000 from Pranato Catholic University. Mrs. Inneke is currently pursuing her study as a PhD candidate in food toxicology and safety at Open University of Netherlands. Currently, she focuses on research on the food safety risk assessment of microplastics. Mrs. Inneke has also published several international publications regarding microplastic and plastic pollution issues. In addition, Mrs. Inneke just recently published an international journal entitled Plastic Pollution Research in Indonesia, States of Science and Future Research Direction, published in 2021. She is also currently working as a lecturer in the Department of Food Technology at Suegijapranata Catholic University and specialized in food safety and integrity. Okay, now the third speaker is Dr. Ir Jimmy Perdana. Mr. Jimmy obtained his PhD degree and master's degree in Wageningen University, Netherlands, and graduated with the highest degree. He specialized in drying and powders technology. He is also an inventor in 26 patents, other important scientific papers with Hirsch index of 11. Now, he's working as senior scientist at Nestle RT Center, Sinjun, Germany. Okay, without further ado, we will now start our conference. Participants can ask or submit their questions during the presentation by typing your question in the room chat and submit according to the format provided in the platform. Let's welcome our first speaker, Mr. Ariawan with Wheat Flour Market and Sustainable Business. The time is yours.
Okay. My voice can be heard clearly or? Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. Before I start, I have a question for you. Anyone had Indomie for your breakfast this morning? I know if you mention about Indomie, of course, everybody is a best friend of mahasiswa ya di Indonesia. Indomie. Okay. You must know Indomie. I want to introduce myself. I work for Bogasari, and it is part of Indofood. Yeah, and Indofood is the Indomie maker, and Indofood is supplying our Indomie to more than 90 different countries in the world. Yeah. So far, Indomie also is one of the top 10 world brand according to the Kantar. Yeah. We are proud to make our flour for them, Cakra Kembar, Segitiga Biru, and Kunci Biru. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity given to me this morning to share a little bit about Bogasari and what we are doing so far. Oh yeah, for your information, currently Bogasari will celebrate our 50th anniversary this November. So thank you for your support and to be our best partner for the long 50 years. Terima kasih khususnya untuk Universitas Suegijapranata ya, yang menjadi salah satu partner setia kami dengan alumnusnya yang sudah banyak berkarya di kami. Pak Probo, terima kasih banyak, dan telah menjadi bagian inti dari manajemen kami, terutama di bagian pemasaran. Itu kita pagi udah ngobrol-ngobrol ya. Salah satunya adalah Steven. Mungkin Steven nggak kelihatan di sini, lagi nyiapin presentasi saya. Yang membantu saya selama ini membantu menyiapkan presentasi untuk pagi hari ini. Thank you, Steven ya, thank you. Okay, we can start the presentation. Yeah, the origin of the food. Thank you for your time, and hopefully this will be useful and interesting session for you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the good presentation, Mr. Ariawan. It is a very interesting presentation, as how probably most of us didn't realize that in reality the price of a kilo of rice is more expensive than a kilo of wheat. When in our daily life, we often see that wheat flour products retails at a much higher price than rice products, and it is also very inspiring how Bogasari strives to provide the best quality of flours against the economic condition. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now let us welcome our second speaker, Mrs. Ina, with plastic waste from food packaging and food safety issues. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Audrey. Please let me share my screen first. Okay, good morning to all participants in this conference. I'm Inneke Hantoro from Food Safety and Integrity Research Group from Sugio Food Technology Department, Suegijapranata Catholic University. So today I want to share some of my research related to microplastic and also the toxicity test of microplastic. So that's why I want to have a little bit discussion with you regarding plastic waste from food packaging and food safety issues. So that's all my presentation. I hope it can be digested by the audience very well. Thank you so much, and I give it back the time to moderator.
Thank you for the good presentation, ma'am. It is a very eye-opening presentation, as plastic use in our daily lives are unavoidable, and it is very concerning, as we know plastic usage is very unsustainable too. And from Mrs. Inne's presentation, we can also see that when she studies about microplastic contamination in aquatic environment, the samples 100% contain microplastics. And as we also knew, probably microplastic contamination is unavoidable. The concern that all food may be contaminated by microplastic, it needs to be spotlighted, and contamination of microplastic also needs to be studied more, because there is also lack of data in regard of its toxicity. Okay, now let's welcome our third speaker, Mr. Jimmy, with Industry Towards Sustainable and Responsible Food Manufacturing. The time is yours.
Thank you. I'll try to share my screen. Can you see it already?
Yes.
Thanks. That means also my speaker is working well, or my microphone actually. Let me beam it. Okay, so now it's full screen, I think. Yeah, I'll try to scratch a little bit some of the trends in food industry. I mean, just to give you also how to say, some interest actually on what we are doing, and also maybe just open some, how to say, ideas further for some of the people in both industry, but also research and university on what we can do on how to say, supporting or even moving further with the trend that we see happening in the food industry. And here I'll try to, how to say, start with a little bit of history. To my opinion, the 0 hours where food industry or food processing industry start is when Nicolas Appert, a French cook, actually invented a so-called canning to preserve food. I put canning inside the bracket because he didn't use can actually. At that time he used a so-called a glass jar bottle to preserve some food. So he just put some vegetables, pickles, or I don't know, maybe some meat products, and then he put it in a glass jar, and then yeah, he dunked it into a kind of a boiling water, and then because it's hermetic, then it's how to say, he didn't know at that time, but actually microbes which is inside these foods are killed. Only then Louis Pasteur, with his study, understood what mechanism is going on. And then again, Henri Nestlé, or actually a German person or inventor, Heinrich Nestlé, he invented the powdered infant formula. It was also in a powdered form, which is in a way is a kind of, how to say, a kind of a preserve, help others to give also some nutrition to the kids. And then in the 20th century, I think food industry is more and more into mass production of foods. Because, I mean, let's take an example of one factory of Nestlé in Central West Africa. They produced seasoning products, and so as soon as the product goes to the truck just outside the factory, it's gone, because it's just sold within weeks, even though we try to develop a product that is a 12-month shelf life. So you see how it works. And also yesterday, actually, just yesterday, my son enjoyed or asked me to cook a so-called mie belok, he called it like that, which is actually an Indomie. And yeah, because of this, both mass production, but also a good supply chain, that the product that is produced in Serbia, developed in Indonesia, can come to Germany, and then my son can suffer that or can enjoy that. So this is how is it from preserving to mass production, which actually just to satisfy the consumer, not only as a small area on concentrated of consumer, but actually globally right now. But now the trend also expand actually on, I mean, it's always satisfying the consumer demand, but also now it's more into the innovation, more into the personalized, and actually more and more people also a concern about the sustainability of their food product. So any of you have ever tasted also this kind of a meat analog things in Indonesia or not? No, okay. So it's a big thing actually in Europe. I mean, there are a class of people, they call it flexitarians. So in a way, they move from eating meat. I think Germans really love meat. Into more and more eating a meat analog. I mean, when you hop out from eating meat into something else that is not meat, what they want also this all the taste, the texture, the flavor, and even the transition of meat. If I grill, for example, a burger patty, for example, I want to see that in the beginning it's red to show that it's raw meat, and it turned to be brown. So this kind of stuff is what, you know, the tiny little details are where the R&D people are working right now. I mean, why do people move away from meat? I mean, some are because of the health concern of meat, but many are just simply, I mean, I don't want to kind of destroy the planets, because I mean, you can have a Porsche or Maserati and to destroy the planet because of all CO2 coming out from the gas. But here also actually meat also give you a lot of a greenhouse gas, which also give negative effect on that. So these are the transition, these are the trends that is moving. I think it will also happen in Indonesia, or even already happening. What is important is that the trend now, the cycle of a product is getting faster and faster. So here actually where R&D in one part, manufacturing in another part, and supply chains is also getting more and more, how to say, pressured to move also faster. I mean, at the end, I decided not to discuss about the supply chain because worried on the time, but actually this is also as important as the others. Like Inneke just recently discussed about this microplastic. I mean, if I'm talking about packaging, Nestle even just recently, 2-3 years ago, developed a big block of R&D area, or actually established a called a packaging institute, just to develop a packaging that is more sustainable, that is more healthy in a way, because you know all the plastic, the microplastic impact on health, on environment, etc. So, but now I think I'll focus more on R&D because I'm based on that. So I'll give you a case study on palm fat, and then some side stream and algae. Why I discuss about this, not the meat analog, because I think this is more relevant to us in Indonesia, and then give you a little bit of a scratch on a so-called pinch analysis in the area of manufacturing that can help you also on understanding what can we do on saving energy, which is also relevant to sustainability. Related to palm fat, I mean, most of you may think about orangutan, but actually what is also very important is the people itself. I mean, a lot of people, I mean, especially in the West, regard also that this palm oil plantation is a modern slavery, because I mean, a lot of kids also working on that in a quite terrible conditions, and then more and more how to say, forest is also burned out just for this. You see some orangutan. Just recently I hear a podcast, also listen a podcast, sorry, on on orangutans that lost its appetite. And what happened is, you see, big companies like Unilever, they got hit hard by this kind of and at the end they decided also to change their directions on their portfolio. For example, now Blue Band is not part of Unilever also, and also they are more and more concerned now on using how to use a palm fat that is more responsible, for example. But why it's difficult to abandon palm fat? I mean, I'm working on that, or I say I'm working on that because since 6 years ago, I'm still working today to find some replacer of palm fat. But at the end of the day, it's about functionality and it's about price. And this we cannot, as a company, we cannot say that, okay, we try to find functionality, forget about price, and vice versa. It's not possible. So, I mean, if you are talking about palm fat itself, it is used as oil, and then in Nutella, if you like it, some spreads, in Blue Band, even an old age chocolate Cap Jago, I don't know if it's still there. They use also palm fat as a replacement of cocoa butter. Even some of the soaps are still using it. So you see that if we want to replace the cocoa butter, it's $10 per kilo. The palm fat is 1, so 1/10 of it. The closest you can go is shea butter or mango kernel butter, which has some similarity on functionality to cocoa butter, because you want to have this melt in your mouth, properties of a chocolate, for example. And this, if it is about cost, I mean, it's difficult to beat palm fat. And now, what happened with companies actually? What can they do? I mean, palm fat is so ingrained in the product, and in a way also, with all the orangutans that it's killed, or people which are kind of live in a bad conditions in the palm fat plantation. But then, in a way, if you compare to other products or oils that can replace palm fat, actually palm fat is, in a proper way, it's not that bad in a way, because I mean the greenhouse effects that is caused by that, or again the water use or the land occupation used for this plantation is comparable to other oils. Actually, imagine if you replace palm fat. I don't know if you see my pointer, compared to sunflower in land occupation. So sunflower needs 10 times of the area to plant a palm, for example. So if you want to replace this with the same demand, you see that you need at the end 10 times more area to plant and produce the same amount. So it's more about the volume in a way. So what can then actually reduce also the demand, and also insist, I mean, I want to have a better palm sourcing. That's why now, and there are some certification like RSPO, so sustainable palm oil. There is also Rainforest Alliance that helps also consumers to track and also to assure them that the palm that is used is also from the area that is kind of more responsible, both for the planets and the people. The second one is about side streams. I think this is also important for you, for us in Indonesia. Cacao is also a big product in Indonesia. And what happened is that we kind of sell the beans to big companies. And then what happened to the rest of that? I mean, the fruits itself, I never tasted, but for the colleague of mine who work in this confectionery, they say, oh, the cacao fruits is sweet and sour, and actually it tastes very good. And what the idea they come is, actually the chocolate that you have around half of the chocolates blocks are sugar. And then the rest is the cacao mass, the cacao fats, and also a milk usually to make it, creamy. And what they do is actually they extract from the cacao fruits the sugar, and then they add it into the chocolate. So in a way, this cacao fruits, a Kit Kat, are mostly coming from all the cacao itself. So I think that's very ingenious idea. Think about that. What can you do with all the things? I mean, I'll come back on that, and you can see also here fruits, a lot of like apple fiber, citrus fiber, they're already exploited actually, and then both as a fiber, which is healthy, but also from functionality on that. Also the vegetables, onions, and I think right now, which is also very relevant, is the wheat from wheat fibers. They extract also from the middling. I think middling is like how to say, the skin of the wheat. They extract also the fibers at the end. This fiber is added also into the products. Also soybean meal, actually it's the press cake of soybeans. I mean, in Indonesia, you use it for tofu, for example, but here they extrude that, and then you get also a so-called TVP, texturized vegetable or soy proteins, actually, which then can be used, for example, into the meat replacement area. So these are the things, but what I see, the trends is that only big players can work on that. CP Kelco is one of the big players. They extract the citrus fiber. They understand the know-how on using this citrus fiber for a certain functionality. For example, give you a thickening effect, or give you also emulsification effect. So what they can do with that is, for example, if you're talking about mayonnaise, it's an emulsion, or ketchup, or I don't know, a sauce which contains both water and oil, and this can be used into this innovation. Rettenmeier and Söhne, this is a German company. They extract all the fibers from apple, citrus, etc. They are more into the area of giving a fiber into the products, and then this fiber for the industry, they can claim, for example, it contains more than 4% of fiber. That means it's rich in fiber, or it's source of fibers, this kind of stuff. And this is for food industry. What is important is that also this is a kind of a more affordable way to give fiber into the products. Soybean press cake I discussed already. I mean, and this is not only soybean, but also sunflower press cake, and flaxseed press cake. And so what happens is that after the oil is extracted, what the rest is then used as, for example, a protein source, etc., that can be processed into another products. Those are important, and I think can be relevant also for your research. Think about spend or side streams that you can explore and use it for food manufacturing. The other one is algae. Why it's important? Algae is grown in water. There are microalgae and there are macroalgae. Microalgae is mostly single cell that you can see with eyes. And this, for example, a lot of Israeli company working on that. Why Israel? Because it's kind of deserted area, and then a lot of sun. So they kind of transform it into a kind of bioreactors here and there to produce microalgae. But for us in Indonesia, macroalgae, they can only grow in water, on the sea, or for example, in the area where tides is going on. And this can be a new source of proteins, oil, carbohydrates, but also functional foods. For example, of agar, carrageenan, alginate, where Indonesia is already working a lot. It's a kind of a source of hydrocolloids, actually. And to my opinion, it's still underexplored. I mean, compared to plant or soybean plantation in the world, this is still, I mean, how many kilometers, square kilometers are used for this in Indonesia? It's still pretty much peanut, I would say. And this is environmentally friendly because, I mean, these algae, macroalgae especially, they absorb a lot of CO2, maybe more than Amazon's, and then they transform it into oxygen. So actually, this is from greenhouse effect, the value is negative. And that's why, I mean, even as a company, Nestle is working more and more. What can we do to kind of more using the algae, both micro and macro? So what can we do with that? I think I lost one slide. Here. Have you ever seen this kind of a blue ice cream? This brilliant blue are mostly coming from a so-called also brilliant blue, actually an artificial colorant. And now they use algae actually to extract the blue color, and then they use it into this kind of an ice cream. Now, greens is easier. You use pandan leaf, for example, to produce this color. But then, actually, by combining this brilliant blue from algae, spirulina, and I don't know, yellow color from, for example, Pranato or other plant-based leaves, then you can also get a green color. And this is where actually companies are moving more and more from artificial colorants to natural, but it's difficult to go to natural. That's why they go to non-artificial colorant. So actually natural, but then tweaked or do some, you know, a chemical modification, but still natural as a source. So this kind of stuff. And then seaweed. Now, instead of going to agar or carrageenan, that is also a kind of negative perception, they move more and more into seaweed flowers, for example. It contains most of the agar or carrageenan, but then it's processed. And because of that, this seaweed flower has not as strong as, for example, agar or carrageenan or alginate in terms of it's more natural. And this is where the consumer wants less and less extraction, less and less process, but then with the same functionality. So I hope then for you as students, as researcher, getting more and more also into this study, the only issue with this all actually, with the algae, with the side streams, is that after all the research, you show the functionality, you are facing two things. One is the consumer perceptions. Once the consumer doesn't know what is that, they will not approve it into their product. And the second is the regulatory. All the things that goes into the foods should be approved from regulatory perspective. One is that it is non-novel, or novel food can still be approved, but then it takes time actually to get it approved and then goes to the food products, but also that it should be approved as functional ingredients. And this also need a long time, not only 2-3 years, even more maybe, to get into approval. And if you are talking about Indonesia, maybe more relaxed, but if you are talking about using it in Europe or exporting the product to Europe or, for example, North America, then it's also getting more and more complicated. So, I mean, that's why I think from research to manufacturing to applications, but don't be discouraged. I mean, let's start and then move one step in a time, and you can use it at the end for the food manufacturing. And maybe, I mean, I still believe that Indonesia has the capability for everything from the plants, from the, you know, from the land, from the waters. So think about that. And to my opinion, this algae, it will be the future of palm. And here you will not compete with all the food production, for example, rice and forests. So it's more sustainable and greener also. Now, if you move away from that into manufacturing, I have one slide just to tickle your curiosity also. There are a methodology called the pinch analysis that you can discuss also. And later on, when you a food company in a factory or plant, you can also try to implement that. So in a way, if they are usually in a factory, there are a lot of streams where you need to heat a process, and in another stream afterwards, you need to cool it down. And okay, I mean, you can just play around how to use the hot streams to kind of heat the cold stream, and use also the cold stream to cool down the hot streams. But actually, if you use this methodology, actually, you can make use out of it from all the heats that are available. In a way, the method is just try to build an enthalpy. So the temperature and the heat capacity are relevant on that, both on the hot and cold stream. And then you draw this enthalpy as a function of the temperature of the stream. And then you have both the hot composite and then the cold composite. And then now where you need to place the heat exchanger to move from the hot to the cold composite, and vice versa to the heat itself. What is relevant is that heat must not be transferred across the pinch. So if you determine, okay, the pinch is the closest, a gap between the hot and the cold streams. So you cannot cross from this hot into this cold. And then there should be no external cooling above the pinch. So this above the pinch, so you should not cool it, because otherwise you waste some heat. So here you see that it needs also some heating only, but not cooling. And also there is no external heating below the pinch. So you should not heat it in this area, for example. I added also some of the power. Later on, I will share also this presentation that you can click and then see if you would like to learn, or also include it into the curriculum of your study. So I hope I still be on time. So we have discussed also terrain and challenge in food industry, and then I highlight a little bit, scratch only the surface on the alternative of functional ingredients, in this case palm fat. It's not straightforward, because a lot of things are kind of, you need to balance it. And then side streams for more sustainable, clean label and responsible of ingredients. I mean, a lot of things you can do for research, which is relevant actually. And then also in the area of algae, it's as a new source of ingredients, new source of foods, can be also relevant. And then there is a pinch analysis if you want to save energy by smart heat exchanging system, for example. And that's it from my side. I hope it's straight on time. So yeah, happy to discuss.
Okay, thank you for the interesting presentation, Mr. Jimmy. So we know that actually food processing keeps on evolving, and it is responsible for the current emergence of new types of food. And also, it gives an idea that this can cope with sustainability, such as it can go through many innovations, such as what Mr. Jimmy mentioned earlier, algae. Okay. Now, that is the end of our speaker's presentation. Now we'll proceed with the question and answer sessions. First, we will answer 3 most relevant questions based on the topics that we have collected and selected from the audience. And if there is any remaining time, we can continue with the next relevant question. The first question came from Felicia from UI for Mr. Ariawan. Good morning. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but you have mentioned about the part where Bogasari use natural energy as your energy source. May I know the reason why do you use natural energy to power your plant? Since as far as I know, natural energy most of the time is intermittent and most of the time are not suitable for big plant industry. The concept that Bogasari cares for their environment really appeals to me. So I am really excited to know more. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Ariawan, you may answer the question.
Okay, thank you. I have to make it clear. Thank you, Felicia. It's not totally planned, yeah. It's not for the whole plant, but we are using a natural gas for our boiler, and then and also for we use a solar panel for our office, yeah. But for the total whole plant, we are still using the electricity. Yeah, using electricity, but we don't use like a solar or any fossil-based fuel anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer, Mr. Jimmy. Miss Felicia, is the answer to your satisfaction?
Yes, as far as now, the answer already answered my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving on to the next question. It is for Mrs. Inneke from Miss Meliana from SCU. Let's say microplastics have negative impact on our health. From your experience in microplastic research, what are actually plastic sources with biggest contribution to be microplastics in our food? I watched Seaspiracy, and it seems that plastic from food packaging has little proportion. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Ina, you may answer the question.
Okay, thank you for the question from Bu Meliana. It's quite difficult to determine once plastic become microplastic, yeah, because we cannot see the original form of the plastic once it has been degraded. But based on the data that I got from the UN environment, that actually in 2020, the cigarette butts actually is has the highest magnitude as a plastic that found in the environment. But in 2020, actually the food wrappers already become the first, and we already know from my presentation that many food wrappers and also many plastics related to the food consumption is not only food packaging, but as well as the plastic cutleries and also the containers also dominated the use in the daily life, especially in the pandemic situation. So I believe that maybe the biggest contributor is still from the related food consumption in terms of the plastic. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer, Mrs. Ina. Miss Meliana, is the answer to your satisfaction? Okay, thank you. Now we're moving on to the third question. It is for Mr. Chimi, from Olivia from SCU. Hello, sir. It is very interesting when you are bringing about palm fat in your presentation. Actually, I'm from Kalimantan. That makes me very sad when I travel around and seeing places that used to be forest and now changing to palm farm. And I would like to ask, do you have any tips for us as the consumer for reducing the use of palm oil? Because I find it really hard for reducing the use of palm oil since we really use it a lot in food, processing, and other things too. Okay, Mr. Chimi, you may answer the question.
Well, actually, that's a tough question. I mean, yeah, I think what I can suggest a little bit is try to reduce also the consumption of it. I mean, and when there is some alternative, you can also use this alternative. But at least if at the end of the day, I mean, you kind of try to or want to use the product, try to check also in the packaging if these products that contains palm, the palm itself come from a more responsible sourcing. At least that gives you some peace of mind also in a way. Yeah, and then let's see. I mean, we in industry are also working on that because we know the concern. And yeah, hopefully in 5 to 10 years, then at least we have a better, more responsible both palm production, but also other options available. But honestly, for now, that's what I can suggest. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the answer, Mr. Chimi. Miss Olivia, is the answer to your satisfaction? Okay. We still have more time to continue the question and answer session, so we can pick another question from the room chat. The next question is for Mr. Ariawan from Rini from SCU. Thanks for your presentation, Pak Ivo. Nice to see you again. Well, white wheat flour, which is refined flour, currently often claimed to be connected to weight gain, cardiovascular disease, and even cancer. What do you think of that issue? Thank you, Pak Ivo. Mr. Ariawan, you may answer the question.
Yes, thank you. Okay. I think as you know that what wheat flour is, we are always talking about the carbohydrate. Yeah, carbohydrate is always connected. If you eat too much, of course, like rice and any other carbohydrate is always related to the weight gain. And when you have a weight gain, of course, yeah, you have a problem with your fat there inside your body. And that's, if you cannot control the fat, yeah, maybe you will have a high cholesterol. I think that's the relation. But even the cancer, that one, I have no idea about the cancer, but maybe the closest things that that's because what we are talking that about, some of the flour, they put some we call it the bleaching agent. Yeah, the bleaching agent. And some of the bleaching agent, as we know, they use in the food production, is sometimes is not a food, it's not a food grade, ingredients. So some of them, they just use the regular bleaching agent like a PPO or something like that, which is actually already banned by the BPOM, as far as I know. But since this one is cheap, yeah, it's very easy to find and very easy to put. So most of them, they use the PPO, benzoyl peroxide, as an agent, as a brightening agent. I think that the answer of your question, Rini. Hopefully you're satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Mr. Ariawan. Mrs. Rini, is the answer to your satisfaction? Sorry, Mrs. Rini, is the answer is to your satisfaction?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot to unmute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I have a more question, Pak Ivo. I wonder
yes.
if Bogasari actually also produce a whole wheat instead of wheat flour only. Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah. Thank you. I forget that we have a new product that we call it Naturage. Naturage is basically is a whole wheat, and then we process, to make it long-lasting product. Yeah, so you can keep it, you don't have to put it in the fridge, but you can put it anywhere, room temperature. We call it Naturage. Yeah. If you are interested, I can show you the product if you want. I can send you. Just give me your address, so you might try it. This is a new product. Yeah, this is a new product. You can make the whole. You can make a whole wheat bread. It's very high in fiber. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Ivo.
Just give me your address. I will send you the sample.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Mr. Ariawan. Moving on to the next question is for Mrs. Inneke from Leticia from UKWMS. Good morning, Ms. Inneke. Thank you for the presentation about microplastics. If I'm not mistaken, you mentioned that the use of microplastics cannot be decided whether microplastics are harmful or not and requires a lot of data and testing for step in hazards testing. In your opinion, does the use of plastic in the food industry need to be developed, even though we know that many types of plastic can be degraded in a long time? Mrs. Ina, you may answer the question.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for Leticia from KWMS. Okay, I think it's quite challenging for the food industry facing the challenge of plastics. As I mentioned by Pak Ivo and Pak Jimmy, I think nowadays many industries, especially food industries and beverage, already develop the material, the plastic material for their packaging. So, for example, like a biodegradable packaging based on several polymers, like Pak Ivo mentioned, actually, a polypropylene is one of the most challenging polymer to be the degraded plastic, because it's not easy. It's not a biodegradable like a PE or PET, but if they succeed to convert this into the biodegradable that can be totally decomposed in the soil as well as in the water, I think is a very good development of the materials. And other industries, I think, try to also use the recyclable material, such as far as I know, like Coca-Cola, for example, they developed the recyclable PET as the material. So once it is used by the consumers, it will goes to the recycling system and it can be recycled over and over so many times without losing the integrity and also the quality of the packaging. And that's some examples. I think many industries also try to develop the system to recycle, to collect the waste, the plastic waste, and they not incentive, but they establish the refill stations. I forgot, maybe Nestle or not Nestle. I forgot the industry, but they start to do this not only in food but also in the products, non-foods like a shampoo and other beauty products. They also start to develop this, and with the help of some startup in Asia, I think the packaging design is also important. Like in mineral water, for example, they start to use the lighter plastic, the the less weight of plastic that can be that can provide the same characteristic, yeah, without losing the integrity as a packaging. So I think many ways can be done. Really, I think it will be solved easily, but unfortunately we already spoiled by the convenience using the single-use plastic, for example. So this is also a big challenge to educate the consumers. Okay, I think that's my question. Hopefully it can satisfy Leticia.
Thank you for the answer, Mrs. Ina. Miss Leticia, is the answer to your satisfaction?
She already answered
Oh yeah,
in the
okay.
chat.
Thank you. Please hold on for a moment. Okay, the next question came from Mr. Budiprabawa from SCU for Dr. Chini. My question goes to Dr. Chini. The idea to replace palm oil is quite interesting, especially in the light of the economic significance of the palm industry in Indonesia as the world's largest. Sustainability of palm oil plantation rather than working on finding substitutes or replacer. Don't you think that the issue of palm oil inferiority is more related to international trade? Okay, Mr. Chimi, you may answer the question.
Can you repeat again the question, because I cannot read it right now. So it's more on improving sustainability of palm fat, palm plantation rather than finding a replacer. Is it correct? The question.
Yes, from.
Yes, that's the question. Yeah, that's the question. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's really I mean, how to say, it should come or goes hand in hand in a way. I mean, finding a solution is one, but also improving the way we kind of cultivate the palm is also another one. I think both of them should be tackled separately, because I mean, okay, if you want to have a palm plantation that is kind of more responsible in a way, I mean, okay, it's tough, I know, but it's doable. But at the end, if the demand is still so high, then even I think there is more complication in that, because at the end you need to my opinion, reduce the amount of plantation if you still want to keep the amount of forest that we have, for example. So in a way, I mean, yes, it's important indeed to make it more and more sustainable. I mean, actually the palm oil plantation is already doing that because of the pressure of the consumers, which pressurizing the food industry and also industries that are using palm. And this work actually, I mean, it gets better. I mean, okay, I mean, it's not perfect, but but at the end of the day, I mean, if you rely solely on palm, I mean, the issue will not disappear. So, I mean, what we can do is spread kind of the solutions, multi-pronged, to kind of, how to say, to solve this issue, I would say. I mean, imagine if you can use algae, I mean, find a way to get a fat that behave like palm from algae. That means actually instead of fighting for lands to grow palm, you can also use a kind of sea, which is now still kind of, I don't know how many more area of sea that you have rather than the lands, for example. So yeah, this is my opinion, I would say. I hope this satisfies the question from,
Okay, thank
person.
you, Mr. Jimmy, for the answer. Prof. Budi, is the answer to your satisfaction?
Yeah, I think, of course, I do agree with the idea of expanding the product, the material matrix. Yeah, of course, we have to try to invent as many as possible material. But my point is actually that just to reduce the palm oil plantation in Indonesia is sound very solid on paper, because in reality it already includes so many actors, so many supply chains, and not to mention that palm oil has a political standpoint. Indonesia try very hard to be number one, to beat Malaysia, and also the alliance of palm oil producer country is also quite strong actually, not only Indonesia and Malaysia, including those in South America. So yeah, to have more alternative is good, but I don't know what to say. Maybe some will say this is a historical accident that we came across. Yeah, we invent palm oil, because I have many colleagues, especially food professors in North Sumatra. They are so so proud of palm oil, not only as a part of their, let's say, the nationalism, but as part of their scientific faith. So they have the faith that this is a good food material. We have to. Okay, so it's interesting to have a different interesting view on this. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Audrey.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Professor Budi.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for all of your questions. Okay, this is the end of the question and answer session. And we would like to convey our deepest apology as the time is not sufficient to answer all of your questions. Before moving on, let me summarize our discussion this morning about pushing the boundaries, sustainable and responsible food innovation. From Mrs. Ina's presentation, we can conclude that plastic in food industry reflects a very unsustainable business chains. Microplastics is responsible and needs to be spotlighted as a current health issue. Therefore, it is needed to spread awareness regarding this issue. It is also required to determine a standard in which microplastic is deemed safe for a temporary period of time before we proceed to learn more about microplastic risk. Moving on, we can see from Mr. Ariawan's presentation that gives us knowledge about how to improve a business so that it can be sustainable as such online business done by Bogasari, which is simple, fast, paperless, and records digitally. And also, we know that zero waste production is the key factor to build a business sustainably. Interestingly, we all know that actually improving sustainability through food innovation can be done in many ways. For example, Mr. Jimmy said that we can find alternative ingredients to replace non-sustainable ingredients, such as algae, which is a possible source of oil in replacement of palm fat. And because of its environmentally friendly and sustainable processing. Okay, now we have come to the end of the plenary speaker session. And over by Peter as the master of ceremony in this event. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to all of the speakers for the amazing presentation. And also thank you, Audrey, for being the moderator of today's conference. Okay, before we proceed, we will now take a picture together as a memento of this conference. To all of the speakers and Audrey, could you please unmute your cam for a while to take the picture together for the documentation? And the documentation team will guide the photo session.
Hello, I'm Mary from the Documentation Division. I will take the photo for this session. Okay, I will start counting from 1, 2, 3. Okay, then thank you.
Okay, next to everyone in this conference, could you please open your cam for a while to take the picture together for the documentation. Documentation team, please guide the photo session.
Okay, there is a few pics of participants. For the first pic, I will start counting from 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. Okay, then thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. To all participants, we will take a break for about maybe 90 minutes until 1 p.m. And all participants are allowed to turn off the camera and microphone and may either stay or leave the Zoom meeting and come back later. At 1 p.m., we will continue this conference with the presentations from the scientific paper competition finalists. Don't forget to fill another attendance form for the presentation session that will be sent by the committee later. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, honorable judges, fellow presenters, and all participants in this room. Welcome to the presentation session of Food Science Student Conference 2021. Today, I'm Narisa, will be the moderator for this room, and there are 3 finalists in this breakout room who will present their papers. Okay, before we begin, allow me to read the rules of the presentation session. First, all presenters should wear formal attire and their alma mater jacket. Second, all team members should be present during the presentation. Third, the paper presentation can be done by one person or by the whole group. Fourth, the entire presentation should be done in English. Fifth, presenters must turn on their camera during the entire presentation and Q&A session. Please ensure that you always have a good internet connection. Sixth, each presenter has a total of 20 minutes, maximum 3 minutes for preparation time, maximum 7 minutes for presentation, and maximum 10 minutes for Q&A session. A warning on the remaining time will be given by Zoom chat. 7. Please introduce yourselves before starting the presentation. 8. The judge's decision is final and cannot be contested. To all presenters, please ensure that you are in the right breakout room. This is room A. If you have the wrong breakout room, please contact the committee by Zoom chat. Thank you. And for attendee rules, first, all attendees should turn on their camera and deactivate their microphone. Second, the committee can remove attendees that are interfering with the breakout session, deliberately or not. Third, please don't forget to fill the attendance forms sent by the committee. Okay, right now, allow me to introduce Room A's judges. The first judge is Professor Dr. Budiprabawa from Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Suegijapranata Catholic University. The second judge is Mr. Francesco Limawan STP from Indofood Sukses Makmur TPK, Bogasari Flour Mills Division. And the last judge is Mr. Haniel Yudiar STP M.Sc from Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Suegijapranata Catholic University. Okay, that's all introduction for our honorable judges. Now, we will start with the presentation by the first team. The first presenters are Rebecca Angelina and Tiffany Laurencia from Widya Mandala Catholic University, Surabaya, with the title, Utilization of Food Waste, Making Flavoring Powder from Tofu Tricks Hydrolysis with Bromelain Enzyme. You may start your presentation when ready. Your 7 minutes will start when you begin your presentation.
Have you seen my PPT?
Yes, already.
Okay. Okay, let me start our presentation. Um, good afternoon, honorable members of the jury, committee, and everyone. On this occasion, we will present our paper entitled Utilization of Food Waste, Making Flavoring Powder from Tofu Dregs Hydrolyzed with Bromelain Enzyme. First of all, let me introduce our team. We are from Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Widya Mandala Catholic University, Surabaya. First, flavoring is one type of food additive that plays a role in improving the taste of food which lost due to processing. Based on the source of ingredients, flavoring are divided into two. They are natural and synthetic flavoring. Natural flavoring comes from fruit juices, plant extracts, isolates from natural ingredients, and essential oils. Synthetic flavoring comes from a chemical reaction that is made to resemble natural flavoring. One of them is monosodium L-glutamate or MSG, which has glutamic acid isolated from seaweed. Next, Indonesia is included in the top 5 countries that have the highest level of consumption of MSG, with an average consumption level of 3.9 million metric tons and is estimated to continue to increase every year. MSG is a type of food additive that can provide an umami taste and strengthen the flavor of food. The use of MSG that exceeds the set limits can give a side effect called MSG complex syndrome. Next is about the tofu dregs. Tofu dregs are solid waste produced from tofu processing with a percentage of 170% of the total weight of soybean as raw materials. It is usually used as animal feed, but tofu dregs contains of nutrients that can provide functional properties for human health. The high protein content, which contains glutamic acid, has the potential to be processed into flavoring to produce an umami taste. The process of processing tofu dregs into flavoring powder is carried out by hydrolyzing protein with the bromelain enzyme. Next, bromelain enzyme is a protease enzyme obtained from pineapple. The protein hydrolysis process using the bromelain enzyme aims to break down proteins into peptides and amino acids. Based on the potential of tofu dregs to produce flavoring powder and pandemic COVID-19 issues, this innovation is expected to increase food security in Indonesia and to fulfill the second point of the Sustainable Development Goals in improving nutrition.
Research method. The data source used on this paper is secondary data which obtained by reading, studying, and understanding through other media that comes from literature such as journal, thesis, and books. First is the preparation process of making tofu dregs pulp. Starts from weighing a total of 700 grams of tofu dregs, then steam for 10 minutes. The purpose of steaming process is to denature the remaining protein so it was more easily hydrolyzed. Then, the tofu dregs will be cooled and crushed with addition of water to dissolving amino acids, including glutamate, resulting from hydrolysis. Next. The next step is extraction process of bromelain enzyme. Total of 500 grams of pineapple stem washed with water to remove the dirt. Then, the pineapple stem are cut into small pieces and were homogenized using phosphate buffer solution to maintaining the optimum condition of the cell components. Next step is grinding using a blender. Grinding process is to damage the tissue of the pineapple stem so that the bromelain enzyme can be extracted. After that, the pineapple stem are filtered using a cotton cloth to separate the filtrate from the pineapple stem fiber. The filtrate was centrifuged for 15 minutes at 3,500 RPM at 4 degrees Celsius so that the bromelain enzyme contained in the extract is not damaged and lose its enzymatic activity. Next. Next is the hydrolysis process of tofu dregs pulp. Start with filling the tofu dregs pulp into 6 paper glass of 100 grams each. Each paper glass with tofu dregs is added with bromelain enzyme. The next step is hydrolysis in oven at 55 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. On the hydrolysis process, bromelain enzyme will degrade the protein of tofu dregs into peptide chains and free amino acid such as glutamic acid. After that, the mixture is boiled for 10 minutes to stop the hydrolysis process and filtrated with cotton cloth to separate with the residue. The filtrate was dissolved in 0.1% in hydrate, then boiled for 15 minutes. The filtrate will be tested with UV spectrophotometer at the maximum wavelength, which is 566 nanometer, with glutamic acid standard to determine the level of glutamic acid in the solution.
Next, I will explain about the result of hydrolysis process. Based on research conducted by Stiawari et al., the best treatment is the ratio of tofu drugs and bromelain enzyme is 1:2 because it produces the highest glutamic acid. And the protein hydrolysis using bromelain enzyme can increase the concentration of several amino acids such as threonine, methionine, glutamic, serine, glycine, alanine, and trypsin. This component will produce a bitter taste and umami. Therefore, after hydrolysis, a column chromatography separation process is necessary to obtain glutamic acid, which will be used as a flavoring powder. The higher the ratio of the added bromelain enzyme, the lower the concentration of glutamic acid produced. This is based on the mechanism of protein hydrolysis by the bromelain enzyme, which is shown in the slide. That enzymes work by binding to the substrate, in this case, the protein as a macromolecule, and the protease enzymes can break down the protein into amino acids. If the amount of enzyme is more or excessive than the amount of substrate, there will be competition so that the work of enzyme cannot work optimally. If the amount of enzyme is smaller than the amount of substrate, the work of the enzyme cannot be said to be optimal. So, therefore, the best treatment is the ratio 1:2.
Conclusion, tofu drug has the potential to be used as flavoring that can provide nutritional value as an effort to improve food security in Indonesia. This is our reference that we used. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Now we will continue with the question and answer section for 10 minutes. To Mr. Haniel, you may ask your questions.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, presenter team. I will ask about your topic. You say that you conclude in this topic that your product, let's say, can improve the food security. Can you explain how come it can improve food security? Because your product is used as flavoring powder, and flavoring powder is not the main food stuff. And how you can relate this to make flavoring powder and food security.
Okay, thank you for the question, Sir Haniel. I will try to answer your question. Flavoring powder is not the main food for Indonesia, but as we know and as I've mentioned it before, that Indonesia is one of the countries that has the high demand of consuming the M.Sc. like that. And
I will add more for the answer. And in the WHO, there is no specific daily for the M.Sc, and because this is from waste, it can it will not harm our environment because it has high protein, and it will make rapid growth for the microorganism in the water. So if we use this waste, we can make our water is not harmful, like that.
My question is how you can relate the production of flavoring powder with food security. Food security is different with food safety, not about the harmful microbes or anything. It's about the supply of food for the people in one country. We call it food security.
Okay, based on the literature review that tofu tracks has a lot of nutrient contents in it. So during the process of making tofu tracks as a flavoring powder, it is possible that the other nutrient content may still be contained in it. So therefore, it needs to make potentially from tofu tracks into the flavoring powder.
Okay, another question. How do you think about the economic feasibility? Because if you use bromelain enzyme, you will need to extract the enzyme from the pineapple stem. Or maybe, can you explain, is it possible to use the directly from the pineapple stem? Or it must extract it first? Because if you must extract the enzyme first, before it used to produce the flavoring powder, then you will need higher cost.
Yeah, it should be need to be extract first before we use it for the tofu tracks, because we know that bromelain enzyme is contains of protease enzyme, so it need to extract to get the protease enzyme.
I will add more. And I think, we think that it's not expensive if it's not really expensive if we compare to the other ingredients to use for producing MSG, such as seaweed, because it's not our most produced in Indonesia. So it will become more less pricey.
So is it possible if we just mix the pineapple stem and the tofu dregs, just mix it, and then maybe you will put purified or doing something. So don't need to extract the enzyme first, but you just put it all mix, and then you can purify the result, the product from the hydrolysis. Is it possible?
No, it's not possible.
Because?
It needs more processing. It will react with sodium chloride, so it will become some natural sodium.
Sorry, natural sodium?
Sorry, I meant it's reacted with sodium chloride, so it will become MSG. It needs more process.
I mean, it's possible if we don't extract the enzyme first.
No.
But you can react it with sodium chloride after the hydrolysis. But the first process, extraction of the bromelain enzyme from the pineapple, is it you must do it or no?
Yes, it must do it, sir, because if we not extract it, we think that it will be effect to the flavor. As we know, pineapple has a flavor too, so we think it will affect a lot to the flavoring powder.
Okay, enough from me. Thank you.
We still have some time. I would like to continue with some question if still.
Oh yes, Professor, there are still 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. Just to continue with the panel question.
Okay.
It's about the economic feasibility. If the concentration is only obtained was only 4,000 ppm, right? From the treatment from the ratio of enzyme to substrate 1 to 2. Do you think that this concentration of glutamate is high enough to compete with M.Sc? Because 4,000 ppm means 4 per 1,000, right? Like 0.4%. Isn't that too low? Hello, can you hear my question? You still
Yeah.
muted.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, sir. I will try to answer it. We think that it's not enough for to produce in mass production, but as we think again that tofu tracks can produce a lot during the tofu production, tofu processing, that we know 170% from the raw materials. We think it can be possible to produce flavoring powder from tofu tracks.
But with the efficiency, it's quite low actually. The efficiency only 0.4%, right? 0.4%. So you will need a lot of material, of course, and then not to mention what is the price of the bromelain enzyme. Even if you do the natural extraction, so simple extraction from pineapple, can you estimate what is the cost of this enzyme production to get, for example, 1 liter of your enzyme? How many pineapple do you need? Unmute, please.
We can estimate before because we don't do the research. So we think that we need to search it more.
So actually, you use commercially available bromelain for your experiment?
Oh no, we just review the research from the other people.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand. So thank you very much. Yeah.
May I add a bit remark? I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, a short remark for the team. Yeah, I'm Cisco from Bogasari. Actually, I'm from Indofood group. This is quite an interesting topic that you've presented right now, just Rebecca and Tiffany. But we also sell to Ajinomoto, monosodium glutamate producers. So I think it's best in the future, if you want to present something, you should come with a stronger problem first. I mean, you will compete. Yeah, you need to present the underlying problem first, Rebecca. What is the problem with using molasses, for example? So I don't see that in the paper, just for the future idea, yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Haniel, Professor Budi for the questions, and for Mr. Francisco for the suggestion for this team. All right, the time for the Q&A session is up. Thank you to the first team for the wonderful presentation. Now, we will continue with the second team. But before that, let me remind you to all participants, please don't forget to fill the attendance forms sent by the committees. Thank you. Right now, please, the second presenters are Darren Davino, Evan Octavian, and Julius Supandi from Indonesia International Institute for Life Sciences with the title Utilization of Jackfruit Seed Powder as a Sustainable Cocoa Substitute, a review. You may start your presentation when ready. The timer will start when you begin your presentation.
Is my mic clear?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to start. So, good morning, everyone. First, let us introduce ourselves. I am Darren Delfino.
I am Evan Octavian.
And I am Julius Utandi.
And we are all from Asia University from Jakarta. And we feel very honored and thankful for the opportunity to present our review to everyone here. So our team has been reviewing journals to examine the production potentials of jackfruit seeds as a chocolate substitute, especially for beverage and bakery productions. As a background, Indonesia has the fourth highest jackfruit production in the world, with over 800,000 tons production from 2020 alone. And we have developed various ways to thoroughly utilize jackfruits. Not only the fruit flesh, the outer skin and the seeds are commonly used in traditional recipes as well. However, they are less desirable and are harder to process, which often leads to their disposals. And this is a concerning waste of potential, especially for the seeds, because they are actually rich in various nutrients and can be utilized into a decent gluten-free flours. In addition, they are very abundant in resource, being about 18 to 25% of the food soil mass. Unfortunately, though, in Indonesia, the utilization of jackfruit seeds is reported to be as low as 10%. And to visualize the significance, we can imagine that for 800,000 tons of jackfruits will yield up to 150,000 tons of disposed seeds. And these seeds will end up as organic food waste, which can bring short and long-term effects on the environment, mainly due to their decomposition, which can produce dangerous greenhouse gases, such as methane, which can deplete the ozone layers or contaminate land as well as water, all of which will eventually cause risk for ecosystem and climate problems. Therefore, we need a solution that can reduce food wasting and at the same time give values to jackfruit seeds. And a promising innovation for that is chocolate substitutes. Chocolate products are luxurious, given that cocoas are quite expensive. However, demand for chocolates have been annually increasing by 10%. And in contrast, cocoa production and manufacture is not as steady. Therefore, this highlights the need for a more sustainable cocoa substitute.
Now I will take over to show you why jackfruit is viable for cocoa substitution. The first significant is the aroma. It is worth mentioning that chocolate distinct aroma is a result of a complex composition of more than 600 volatile compounds. Listed here are some of the major contributors to the overall aroma. Interestingly, all of these compounds, in exception to 3-methylbutanol, are present in significantly higher concentration in fermented jackfruit seeds. Several sensory analyses are done to support this statement. This study shown that the intensity of chocolate aroma from all jackfruit seeds are higher than cocoa itself, especially the fermented variant. Earlier study has also shown that jackfruit seed powder substitution in cappuccino mix increases the chocolate intensity. However, they do produce some off flavor in context to cappuccino that still remain a challenge. Psychochemical properties are also influenced, and this is mostly caused by the seeds content and composition shown in the table here. Most noticeably, jackfruit seeds have lower fat and protein content while having higher carbohydrates. Aroma profile also varies due to having different precursor sources. For example, cocoa mainly utilize their proteolysis pathway, while jackfruit seeds rely on the carbohydrate fermentation. Finally, due to lower fat content, jackfruit seeds have better wettability and solubility properties, which mean that they have better stability and capacity to dissolve in water. This is important because it helps to prevent lump formation and sedimentation in chocolate beverage product. Unlike cocoa, they do not have to undergo extensive additive usage in agglomeration, which in the end save energy and as well as production costs. On bakery product, since ideally cocoa is added as a minor ingredient, it won't affect the baking property that much. Instead, they will give flavor and color to the dough, which is beneficial.
Next is the state-of-art production method for jackfruit seed powder. First of all, seeds are dried in air-circulated oven, preferably to 7% content. Fermentation is performed twice, with an anaerobic condition for the first 6 days and aerobic for the next 7 days. Freeze-dried starter culture and jackfruit pulp are added as the fermenter and fermentation nutrient sources. The post-fermentation can then be done in oven, and it follows with roasting, which done in a rotary oven to activate the aroma compound and deactivate the cultures. The production is then complete with hammer milling to produce powder of desired particle size and packaging with aluminum, which prefer for their resistance to light, oxygen, and moisture deterioration. Next, a little highlight for fermentation. Fermentation is responsible to generate the majority of aroma compound, remove undesirable bitterness from seed germ, and they can develop better flavor profile than other alternative methods. Therefore, fermentation is arguably the most important procedure, and it is very critical to control.
Next, the challenges in productions are always to be expected when fermenting new products, and these problems will put emphasis on future research and developments to achieve the highest potential of the product. First, the overall fermentation process has been based on cocoa productions, and so are the cultures. This means that discovering specific method and starter cultures will have the biggest potential to bring the best out of jackfruit seeds. In addition, their applications are currently limited to powders because of their low fat content, which makes them difficult to process into solid products. And in conclusion, with enough research, the production of jackfruit seed powder as a chocolate substitute will be able to reach a profitable and sustainable scale, solving food waste and at the same time create a less expensive but acceptable chocolates. We personally believe that in the future, jackfruit seed powder can be a common chocolate replacement, like how margarine is an option to butter. And with that, we'll conclude our review. Have you had any question for later or would like to read more about our review? You can check the right space of the slide. And thank you everyone for listening. It is a pleasure for the three of us.
Okay, thank you for the amazing presentation. Now we will continue with the question and answer session for 10 minutes. To Mr. Francisco, you may ask your questions.
Okay, Evan and team, that's a good presentation. Thank you. I'm Cisco from Bogasari. Yeah, this is actually an interesting idea also for you to try to use food waste as a food substitute. At least here, I think you have a very strong and fundamental problem, which is cocoa is a very priced commodity, right? And the demand is keep increasing and the price is also keep increasing. It's actually very interesting idea. But what surprises me is actually why is it now, not yesterday? I mean, cocoa is a very rare commodity. Yeah, I work in a flour milling company. Even for a flour milling company, with flour price per kg is around maybe 10,000 rupiah. But cocoa is maybe 7 or 10 times more than wheat flour. Even for wheat flour, we already researched this like maybe 10 years ago, and we use cassava powder to add up to 30% for certain products. Yeah, of course, it will give certain problems to the baking properties. But the question is, why now? Not yesterday. I mean, it's a very interesting idea, but you have to tell me about what is the problem. I think you're still muted, Julius or Evan and Tim.
Sorry, I would like to address our opinion. I think it's because it's still kind of underdeveloped method, because most of this processing are mimics the cocoa processing. So you see the fermentation and the culture, it's adopt the cocoa fermentation technique, and therefore we still haven't unleashed the biggest potential of this yet. And I think it's also underdeveloped in areas such as Indonesia. Our research paper, our review paper, the paper mostly come from Brazil, which is, I still prefer, we want to see more about jackfruit development in Indonesia.
Okay, and do you know that there is currently in the market, there is some of cocoa butter substitutes. Do you know about that? Sometimes we use palm oil and etc.
Yes, we actually stumbled on those topics about cocoa butter, but when we were making our review, we actually decided not to include too much of the cocoa butter because we want to have like a direct application. For example, the bakery and the beverage products, like instant powder.
Okay, last question and very short. I think I want to conclude that up until now, in the market, we have no product whatsoever to replace cocoa powder. Is that true?
I would like to add maybe there is, but it's not common. Cocoa powder is also common substitute to cocoa powder, but when we review our paper, we found out that jackfruit seed have higher intensity of cocoa. Therefore, this is a better option with all of the option available now.
Okay, what about, sorry, yeah. Can I add another question?
Yes.
Yeah, what about at Brazil? Actually, this is quite interesting. Yeah, people at Brazil already research about this. What is the latest, progress, or what is the latest application of this topic? Yeah, jackfruit replacement for cocoa powder.
Well, in our paper, recently they substitute cocoa powder in an instant mixture mix such as cappuccino or coffee with this powder, and they found out that the sensory panelists actually prefer or that not that significant difference. It's like they are okay with both of them.
Okay, only at research level, yeah, not in the market yet, yeah.
Yes, only substitute it a bit.
Yeah, thank you. That's all from me.
Yes, may I ask one or two questions?
Yes, sir. There's
Okay.
still 5.
Yeah. So Ivan, Darren, and Julius. Yeah, it's been a good presentation, I think, about new material. Try to replace. Yeah, try to be a replacer of cocoa. So I come up with a very practical question. Suppose this, let's say this substitution works well, yeah, in terms of the chemicals as well as physical properties, not to mention the sensory properties of the stuff. So my question is, how can you mobilize the resources? So suppose if you really want to establish a factory, my simple question is, how can you collect the jackfruit seed in a proper manner? Yeah. Do you have any idea about that? Muted.
Okay, so on the market side first, first we think that the jackfruit chocolate is actually easier to like market and to sustain in a market, because if we compare it to, for example, like plant-based meat, which is also relatively new, there are many products which are included as plant-based meat. For example, like the fruit meat or like the beans meat, and those are actually recognized as plant-based meat. But for the case of like jackfruit seed chocolate, the product actually like speaks for itself. Like it brings its own name, and it's actually like more effectively and easier to be spread out, like more known. And we think that their progress in the market will be like more sustainable and more progressive, like compared to like other kind of new innovations such as plant-based meat.
I agree with that, but my question is, how can you collect enough quantity of jackfruit seed on a single place when you are going to have a factory which probably needs 1 tons per day of jackfruit seed? So what will you do, provided the reality of this, the supply chains of the existing supply chain of jackfruit?
I would like to add. I think it will be best to use waste product from another factory, like we buy them to process them again, because we already knew that producer wants to produce the least amount of waste product as possible. And so I think they will be happy to sell those product to us. Maybe that answered the question.
Yeah, that's a very what do you call it, proper answer. But my further question: do you know any company working on processing jackfruit at present time?
Personally, we don't really like recognize the companies which like prioritize jackfruit productions. However, when we do browse for like jackfruit products, there are actually a lot of local companies which utilizes jackfruits. For example, like although they actually utilizes the flesh part only, and it's not exactly like a can directly benefit this jackfruit seed chocolate production, but there are evidences of those companies.
Yeah, I understand. My question is not too easy to answer. It's actually, the question is not only for you. Yeah, that's the reality of the so-called fragmented food system in Indonesia. So probably the best tips for you when you face this kind of question is you have to come up with a package. So one is probably you have another product of jackfruit, and then you have the accompanying factory, something like that. Yeah, I think that this question is not for you, probably for the Ministry of Industry, because of yeah, that's a problem. Why is it so difficult to find or to formulate the replacer? Yeah, to realize a factory or real industry or something to replace something in Indonesia because of the fragmented food system. I think that's enough from me. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Francesco and Professor Budi for the questions. All right, the time for the Q&A session is up. Thank you to the second team for the amazing presentation. And I will remind to all participants, don't forget to fill the attendance forms sent by the committee. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we will continue with the last team. The last presenters are Wineta Mimilaina Jatwiko, Inneke, and Rafael Untung Putra from Suegijapranata Catholic University with the title Review, Potential of Chickpea and Faba Bean as Vegan Meat. You may start your presentation when ready. The timer will start when you begin your presentation.
Okay, is the presentation already come out?
Is my sound clear?
Yes.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, judges, committee, and all participants. First of all, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Wineta Mimilaina Jatwiko, and there are my other two friends, Rafael Untung Putra and Inneke. We are students of Food Technology Department from Suegijapranata Catholic University, and today we are going to give a presentation about our research that called potential of chickpea and faba bean as vegan meat. Next. So this is the outline of our presentation. The first will be introduction, second discussions, third conclusion, and last is references. Next. Next. First, we are going to introduction. Why we choose this topic for our research? First of all, livestock production has improved around the world because of the increasing demands of animal protein. This improvement, however, has a negative impact on environmental sustainability, such as climate change and natural resource depletion. Livestock is a sector with huge opportunities for mitigation as a result of climate change and represents 14.5% of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. Next. Therefore, vegan meat or meat analog can be one alternative to keep the sustainability of both environmental and human dietary intake. To keep the sustainability of plant-based protein source, we need to be able to diversify our options by using other beans or lentils, such as chickpea or faba beans. Hence, our objective research is to recognize the potential of faba bean and chickpea as a meat substitution for vegan meat. Next. Next, we are going to discussion. Next, first is nutrient content. Next. As a legume, faba beans and chickpea have proven to be a few examples of rich protein source and are being consumed around the world. Faba beans is an example of cheap sources of lysine-rich proteins, while chickpeas also contain almost all of the essential amino acids except sulfur-containing amino acids. Next. And this slide is about the texturized vegetable protein, or TVP, is a base for creating meat analog usually made from soy flour, but chickpea have the potential to be physically structured due to its functional properties such as oil adsorption, foam stabilization, and gelation, while faba bean have a quite high globulin content, which become the reason why faba beans can be used as soy alternative for texturized protein. Next.
For formulae, we can conclude that there are 4 main ingredients that are important to be used as vegan meat formulation. Next. Protein is a long molecular chain containing amino acids as the main component of vegetable-based meat. Utilization of chickpea and faba beans protein also have good potential as raw materials in the manufacture of meat analogs. Besides, faba and chickpea beans have higher protein content, it can affect the texture, especially in cohesiveness value, like Soegijapranata et al. Research, give good analysis, sensory, and same cohesiveness structure value as soybeans like Kim Research, and can affect the water holding and emulsion capacity in Hantoro et al. Research. Next. Emulsifiers play a role in creating a stable mixture which function to trap fat, bind water, and texturized vegetable proteins, produce a unique texture when the product is cooked, and increase the oil encapsulation. In the research of Sarima et al. And Kim et al. Used emulsifiers in the form of soy isolate protein, sodium triphosphate, carrageenan with gluten, and methicellulose. Next. Fats can affect cooking loss, which is main factor that considered in food production with high fat content such as meat products because it can affect final product juiciness. In Sarima et al. Research showed that the cooking loss from real nugget is higher than nugget analog. For the alternative source fat, it came from palm stearin and canola oil. Next. Using other ingredients like coloring and flavoring agent can increasing the product acceptance like caramel, malt, annatto, turmeric, and carotenoid. Next. Next. First, in Abdullah et al. Research showed that the respondent preferred the appearance of imitation chicken nugget with more chickpeas content. It's because the chickpeas flour giving a yellow color, so it makes more attractive appearance. Second, in Soegijapranata et al. Research found that the use of a mixture between chickpeas and peas mostly gave the result of texture where are not significantly different from the control sample, which is pork bologna. Third, in Kim et al. Research showed that even though faba beans has lower value from sensory analysis and characteristic in soybeans, but the public acceptance is quite good and there is no significant difference in cohesiveness and gumminess value. Fourth, in Ferawati et al. Research, where used sample from faba beans can produce same springiness value with control sample which are commercial soybean HMMA, boiled chicken, boiled beef, and its competitor yellow pea. Next. From these two, Carmo et al. Research show if we can processing optimally in making meat analog can produce product with a fibrous texture, has good elasticity, positive sensory attributes, and has a good bite feeling. Next.
Okay, sorry. Now we'll talk about the extrusion method. To create TVP, there are many kinds of structuring technologies, which often with extrusion is the most widely used technology for making PBMA because of its practicality, lesser environmental impact, and more robust than other technologies. There are two kinds of extrusion method, which is the low moisture and high moisture extrusion. Different methods create different types of TVP formats. This is the example of the extruder machine, and this is the example for the shear configuration for twin screw extruder to create a high moisture meat analog. Now we will talk about a bit more different TPP formats. Dry TPP can create a whole muscle meat product or a restructured meat product, while wet TPP can only be made into a whole muscle meat product. For incorporation of fava bean or chickpea as an alternative protein source for PBMA products can be done using extrusion method, specifically the high moisture extrusion method. This is because high moisture extrusion method can produce a meat analog that resembles the fibrous structure of whole muscle meat, which cannot be achieved using the low moisture extrusion. Our conclusion is that fava bean and chickpea have considerable potential to be used as other alternative ingredient of legume-based meat. There are some evidence behind the potential of fava bean and chickpea. First, fava bean and chickpea have high protein content and good water holding capacity. Second, fava bean and chickpea have considerable potential to be used as alternatives to soybean. And third is that chickpea and fava bean produce an attractive appearance, have texture result that not much different from the control sample, and a positive public acceptance. This is our reference for our paper and presentation. That is all. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you for the fantastic presentation. Now we will continue with the question and answer session for 10 minutes. To Professor Budi, you may ask your questions.
Okay, thank you, Rafael, Wineta, and the other one. Is it Ricky? Yes. Okay. So it's interesting presentation. I will go straight to your conclusion. This is very interesting. So instead of saying that fava bean and chickpea is are excellent or the best alternative, you mentioned this is just other alternative. Yeah, other alternative. So do you think that this beans or this legume actually cannot compete with soybean? Is that the reason behind of your conclusion?
Thank you for the question, Prof. D.
Yeah.
So actually from the literature review that we have learned, actually there are so many research about the fava bean and chickpea as a vegan meat, and they still using the protein isolate from the soybean. So the using of fava beans and chickpea is to diversify other options other than the soybean to be as a potentially to be the vegan meat or meat analog.
Yeah, I think I like this kind of answer because as a scientist, yeah, as someone who works in science, we have to be honest. Yeah, we have to be honest. That's one of the example that we have to be honest. We don't need to exaggerate, yeah, the importance of our topics. Yeah, that's one thing. Second question now, from the literature that you studied, do you find anything about the strategy to get rid of a specific flavor of this legume? Because I believe that fava bean and chickpea must have a special flavoring substance, which of course cannot be 100% similar to the meat as you wish. So is there any strategy to deal with this kind of problem?
Yes, hello. From the research journals that we review, there are no specific strategy that specify how flavor of it, but maybe from the formula there is the addition of food additives that might reduce the potential food fava bean and chickpea flavor to increase the consumer acceptance.
Okay, yeah. Any other answer probably from your team member?
Okay, I will edit the answer. So actually from the research that we have learned, there are so many kinds of spices that can be used to increase or improve the flavor of the vegan meat, like the beef flavor or dried onion and other natural flavor enhancer that can be added to like the vegan meat that made from the chickpea and fava beans.
Okay. My last question, because I would like to give my allocated time to my colleague. So when you mentioned about the extrusion process, my simple question, will it be hot or cold extrusion? And what is the reason?
Okay, thank you for the question, Prof. I think we think that the extrusion method is a cold extrusion method because when the extrusion is on process, there are no they are not using a temperature that very high, but they are using heat, but not that high. So that with the use of moderate temperature, it can also modify the protein. What is that? Denaturation.
Okay. Pak Haniel, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. My question is, can you inform what do you think if we compare this material, this legume, with other alternatives for vegan meat? We have mushroom, we have wheat, and we have soybean. Can you explain or maybe just compare the characteristic of this material, compare one to another? So do you think this legume for fava beans and chickpea have maybe some advantage or some disadvantage compared to another alternatives, mushroom, wheat, and soybean?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Haniel. So actually, why we choose chickpea and fava beans as one of the alternative for vegan meat, because they have the resource of proteins and also resource of amino acids. But if we compare to the soybean, of course, soybean is but potentially better than these beans because soybean has the higher protein source and also higher amino acids content. But to compare fava beans and chickpea to the wheat and also the mushroom, I think it's better fava beans and chickpeas because they have the higher content of proteins and amino acids.
Okay, but not only the composition, the amino acid composition, but also the texture and another characteristics that you need to consider if we want to make the meat vegan meat. Can you give some information about this?
Okay, so actually to make this vegan meat, we not only use the beans or the legumes as main ingredients, but we also added some protein from like the DVP or the soy isolate. And also we need to add some emulsifier and also fat to give the desired texture for the vegan meat. So maybe if we want to use wheat or mushroom to make the vegan meat, it's okay, but we have to use the right emulsifier or fats or soy isolate with the good composition to make the desired texture.
Okay. Okay, all from me.
Okay, we still have 2 minutes, maybe from Mr. Francisco. You can ask your questions.
Yeah, maybe just a short question for Winita and the team. Very nice presentation. Pak Haniel mentioned before that currently for meat substitute, we use wheat and mostly soy. From business perspective, with chickpeas and faba beans, do you have any idea about the production capacity now worldwide, maybe, or yeah, it's okay lah, maybe national or worldwide? And is it cheaper to produce with beans instead, faba beans and chickpeas instead of soy? Because we know that soy right now is commercially produced, and the production cost per metric ton, I think, is quite low because of the modern agriculture, yeah, especially at United States, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Sasko. So from the marketplace, actually the faba bean and chickpea bean is not too expensive to be produced, because we have to use some methodology to make it, like the extruder and extrusion methods, and we have to add the soy isolate too. But so it's not closing the it, but chickpea and faba bean still can be the potentially to be the vegan meat, because they can be the diversification of the sources of proteins to make the vegan meat.
Okay, I know. Wineta, I mean, I want to clarify my question. I think it's not an easy question, yeah. I mean the chickpeas and faba bean and the soy as commodity itself, the production, not to be produced as meat substitute. Do you have any idea? Is it feasible right now?
Sorry, Mrs. Sesko, can you try to say again my connection?
Yeah, I think it's all right. Yeah, I think it's all right, Wineta, because the time is up. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you for Professor Budi, Mr. Haniel, and Mr. Francisco for the questions. So that was the last question and answer session for today's session. Thank you to all presenters who have presented their paper, and I wish you all the best for the results. Okay, now we will continue with the photo session. Our documentation team will lead the session. Please turn on your camera.
This is
Hello,
the most important session, yeah. Photo session.
Hello, I'm Cynthia from the communication team. I will help take photo for today's sessions. There are 3 pages there. I start page 1. Please prepare. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Next, page 2. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the documentation team. Finally, this is the end of the presentation session, and I would like to apologize for any mistake that happened during this session. And I will remind again for all participants, don't forget to fill the attendance forms sent by the committee. And to all presenters and participants, you may return to the main room for further information. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, fellow presenters, and all participants in this room. Welcome to the presentation session of Food Science Student Conference 2021. Today are 3 finalists who will present their papers. And my name is Yohanes Alan Sarsita Putra, and I'll be the moderator for this room. Before we begin with the presentation session, allow me to read the presentation session rules followed by attendee rules. First, all presenters should wear formal attire and their alma mater jacket. Second, all team members should be present during the presentation. The paper presentation can be done by one person or by the whole group.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry, it's, Johannes Alan, but can you repeat the rules again? I think the audio in your device is disconnected before.
Oh, okay.
May you repeat the rules from number 1? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for reminder. Okay, I will start with the presentation session rules. To all presenter should wear formal attire and their alma mater jacket. All team members should be present during the presentation. The paper presentation can be done by one person or by the whole group. The entire presentation should be done in English. Presenter must turn on their camera during the entire presentation and Q&A session. Please ensure that you always have a good internet connection. Each presenter has a total of 20 minutes, 3 minutes for preparation time, 7 minutes for presentation, and 10 minutes for Q&A session. A warning on the remaining time will be given by Zoom chat. Please introduce yourself before starting the presentation. And last, the judge's decision is final and cannot be contested. To all presenters, please ensure that you are in the right breakout room. This is room B. If you have the wrong breakout room, please contact the committee by Zoom chat. And next to attendee rules, all attendees should turn on their camera and deactivate their microphone. And last but not least, the committee can remove attendees that are interfering with the breakout room. Okay, next to attendee rules. All attendees should turn on their camera and deactivate their microphone. And last but not least, the committee can remove attendees that are interfering with the breakout session. For presenters and participants, don't forget to fill the presentation attendance form in the chat room sent by committee in Zoom chat. Allow me to introduce room B's judges. The first judge is Elizabeth Vivin STP from Senior Research and Development PT Glycowings. The second judge is Mrs. Inneke Hantoro, STP M.Sc, from Faculty of Agriculture Technology, and she is a lecturer from Sugio Pranato Catholic University. And last, the third judge is Mrs. Dea Natania Hendrianti, STP MS, from Faculty of Agriculture Technology, and she's also a lecturer from Sugio Pranato Catholic University. Now we will continue with the presentation by first team. The first presenters are Laura Godelief, May Sinta Natalia Sari, and Megan Pakpahan from Widya Mandala Catholic University, Surabaya, with the title Use of Snake Skin Fruit as an Antioxidant Source for Children. For the team, you have preparation time for 3 minutes, and your 7 minutes for presentation will start when you begin your presentation. For the team, the time is yours.
Thank you, moderator.
Good day, esteemed judges, fellow participants, and attending audience. Our group, which consists of Mesinta Natalia Sari, Megan Pakpahan, and I, Laura Godelif from Media Mandala Catholic University, Surabaya, is going to present our paper titled Use of Snake Skin Fruit as an Antioxidant Source for Jelly Drink. Next.
Table of content include introduction, material and method, result and discussion, and conclusion. Next. Snake fruit is generally cultivated in Sumatra and Java. According to the Indonesian Fruit and Vegetable Export-Import Association, the Indonesian fruit consumption has been predicted to reach 50 kg per capita from 37 kg per capita in 2020. The higher the consumption of snake fruit, the more organic waste is the form of skin. Snake fruit skin contain flavonoid, polyphenol, alkaloid, and tannin, which are antioxidant components. So the snake fruit skin can be used as a source of antioxidant. Next. Snake fruit skin could be utilized in the form of extract as an antioxidant source for food like jelly drink. Snake fruit skin jelly drink has the potential to be a sustainable and functional food, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Next. Material includes snake fruit skin, mineral water, sugar, and kappa carrageenan. Tools include electronic stove, blenders, and others. Next. Snake fruit skin extraction. The process began with washing the snake fruit skin, then dry it in the sun. The dried snake fruit skin was cut into little pieces, next grind it using a blender. Next. After grinding, the sieving process is carried out. After the snake fruit skin was sifted, it was brewed with 300 ml of water at 90 degrees Celsius. Brewing is done for 5 minutes. After that, the extract was filtered. Preparation of snake fruit skin jelly drink. The snake fruit skin extract was mixed with kappa carrageenan, sugar, and water. Then is heated for 5 minutes until 90 degrees Celsius. After the temperature has been reached, it will be cooled, then is poured into a plastic cup. For 2 until 3 hours, stored at room temperature to form a gel. Next. Next. Literature review include data of antioxidant capacity, antioxidant activity, and antioxidant component. Organoleptic analysis parameter include taste, aroma, suction power, and color. Using a hedonic scale test, give a score ranging from 1 dislike very much to 7 likes very much for each parameter. Next.
Now we move to the discussion. Antioxidants are molecules that can bind free radicals by activating its electrons to stabilize the radicals, thus preventing oxidation on compounds. Deng et al. Have compiled data of phenolic contents available in various fields, including snake fruit skin. In comparison to other fruits such as watermelons, bananas, and cherry tomatoes, snake fruit skin has more phenolic content and thus has the potential to give more antioxidant activity. Next. Total phenolic content is associated with antioxidant capabilities because phenolics can transfer protons and electrons to radicals that can reduce rates of oxidation. One of the most prominent antioxidant compounds found in snake fruit skin is quercetin, a flavonoid. Quercetin can convert peroxides into non-reactive compounds and can do other capabilities. Next. Besides the skin, the seed also contains antioxidant compounds that could have different antioxidant capacities. Tan et al. Has obtained antioxidant properties of snake fruit parts by extraction using distilled water. Snake fruit skin had higher TPC, total flavonoid content, and DPPH radical scavenging activity compared to snake fruit seed. Snake fruit skin has a higher potential than the seeds to be used as an antioxidant source for foods. Next. Besides providing antioxidant components, snake fruit skin has other functional properties, such as anti-diabetic, antihypertensive, and immunostimulatory. Next.
Organoleptic analysis is used to measure panelists' preference towards snake fruit skin jelly drinks. Score for the parameters aroma and suction power show that panelists neither like nor dislike snake fruit skin jelly drinks aroma and suction power. There is table 1 which contains the result of organoleptic tests. The first which we talk about aroma. The aroma from snake fruit skin jelly drink is produced by volatile compound of snake fruit. Aroma intensity could be affected by ripeness of fruit, food processing, harvest season, and storage method. Aroma detected from snake fruit skin jelly drink was unique to snake fruit flavor. The second was taste. Taste is response from chemical stimulation, from food that could sense sweetness, bitterness, sourness, and saltiness. Taste could be affected by chemical compounds like temperature and concentration of certain flavor compound. Snake fruit skin jelly drink had sweet but slightly astringency taste. Tannins and polyphenol contained in snake fruit skin were the compound responsible is the astringency of snake fruit skin jelly drinks. Astringency is the typical not well received for product like jelly drinks, whereas sweetness is well received taste, thus resulting into panels slightly liking the product. The third was color. Color is one of the most important parameter in analyzing food perceptibility. Snake fruit skin jelly drink's color was yellow with brown undertones. The jelly drink's color was obtained from tannin and flavonoid contained in snake fruit skin extract. Panelists could associate the brownish color of snake fruit skin jelly drink as a tea in color, resulting in panels slightly liking the color of the product. The fourth was suction power. Carrageenan concentration used for snake fruit skin jelly drink was 0.2%. Carrageenan concentration could affect metric rigidity from biodegradable helix polymer chains. Panelists struggled to suck the jelly drink, which was caused by the carrageenan concentration. Too much carrageenan could result into more water being trapped inside the gel matrix. Producing rigid gel require more suction power. Sugar could also contribute towards suction power of jelly drink. The last was conclusion. Snake fruit skin can be used as an antioxidant source to be implemented in jelly drink product. Organoleptic result for panelists' preference on taste, aroma, color, and suction power was in the range of neutral to slightly light due to people unfamiliar of snake fruit skin extract use. Snake fruit skin jelly drink has to be potential to be functional drink with an antioxidant. There is reference we use. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to wonderful presentation. Now, we will continue with Q&A session for 10 minutes. The first question will deliver by Mrs. Ina. Mrs. Ina, you may ask your question.
Okay, thank you, Alan. So I think it's quite interesting presentation, but I cannot see the name of the speakers. Okay, Maysinta and also I don't know the others, Laura and also Megan ya tadi. Okay, so I want to ask because you mentioned that the antioxidant is the strength of this product, yeah. But if I see from the data that you got from other publication, the antioxidant activity actually in a fruit skin is very low. It's only 15% compared to the pulp, yeah. So it's quite low, yeah. And then it is in the snake fruit skin, yeah. But when it is added into the jelly drink, which the production process use the thermal process, what do you think about the antioxidant activity? Will it reduce, or maybe it can be keep it as the same before the production? Maybe you can explain about this.
Okay, thank you for the question. For the antioxidant capabilities after jelly drink processing, from what we have read, antioxidant components reduce only when temperature starts to reach 120 degrees Celsius. So in our jelly drink processing, we only heated or steeped or did the extraction on the snake fruit skin up to only 90 degrees Celsius. And also when we mix the extract with our other ingredients such as carrageenan and sugar and also more water, we only heated it until 90 degrees Celsius. So according to the literature, we have studied the temperature of 90 degrees Celsius doesn't seem to really reduce much of the antioxidant capabilities of this components in snake fruit skin. Also, the purpose of our product is to maybe introduce snake fruit skin extract as maybe an additive, so it can add more antioxidant properties. So yeah, and if we compare it to the seeds, yeah, it has more, so we chose snake fruit skin. Yeah.
Okay, what type of antioxidant that heat resistant? Which one of the antioxidant, phenolic content or flavonoid or the others?
Most of the antioxidant components, such as phenolics and flavonoids, I think.
Okay, and I want to ask the second question about the sensory analysis. Why didn't you use a control? I mean, to compare with the jelly without the without the addition of the snake fruit skin? And what concentration that you apply for the jelly for the snake fruit skins?
We also gave the panelists commercial jelly drinks to compare and giving them a good idea on what score they should give our jelly drinks. We use commercial jelly drinks to also obtain data on how our jelly drink will be accepted compared to the commercial product.
And what is the result with the commercial products? Is it higher or is it lower than the treated product?
It's higher than commercial product.
Okay.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. It's actually lower than the commercial product. The organoleptic data of the commercial jelly drink is higher.
Okay. What is the reason? What do you think?
I think the reason because the panelists doesn't similar with the taste from snake fruit skin jelly drink.
Did you mention that the samples is a jelly drink that aided with the skin fruit extract? No.
No.
Okay. Okay, that's enough from me.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Ina, satisfied with the question?
Yes.
Okay, next question will be asked by Mrs. Dea. To Mrs. Dea, you may ask your question.
Okay, thank you for the time. So, hi. So, you are from Media Mandala, Surabaya, yeah? Right? Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, I would like to appreciate for your participation in this student conference. And I think your research have interesting main findings. Yeah. I have several questions. First, it's about the antioxidant properties of the snake fruit parts. Here you use like a literature review method to collect the data. And my question is, these antioxidant properties, is it from the extraction of the snake fruit parts or already purified?
It's only extract with using distilled water.
So it's like using a maceration, just soaking in the polar solvent, and then the antioxidant properties were analyzed.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So if I compare your abstract with your presentation, I actually waiting for the more complete result. I mean, you write down that you also compare the jelly drink with the snake fruit inside it and the commercial one, right, in your abstract, but you didn't present it. But actually, it will be better if you also give the data. And the other one is, my second question is about the implication of this research. Could you explain what is the implication of your research for the society?
I would like to answer first. In producing this product, jelly drink, snake skin fruit jelly drink, we hope to maybe firstly to use the waste of formed from snake fruit production, which is the skin, of course, or the peel, and also secondly, maybe from producing this from making this product, we can maybe give the people a new product to produce an idea on what to produce for maybe the UMKM, if I may say it. So it can increase the economy. It can give new ideas.
How about the COVID-19 outbreak? You also mentioned that it could be beneficial during this pandemic.
Oh yes. So we have the product has antioxidant properties, so it can be associated with COVID-19 because of the free radicals that is in our body. Free radicals are basically unstable atoms that could disrupt body tissues and cause oxidative stress. Oxidative stress could cause chronic diseases such as cancer and others. People with chronic diseases are especially vulnerable to the COVID-19 virus, so they can have more side effects when infected by COVID. For example, cancer and diabetes could weaken people's immune system, which makes them unable to fight off the infection. So we said that this product is quite useful for the pandemic because we can add more antioxidants in our body to fight off the radicals and thus preventing the disease and thus making sure we don't have severe side effects from COVID. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the time is up. Thank you.
Okay, the time for Q&A session is up. Thank you to the Laura and team for the presentation. For the presenters and participants, don't forget to fill the presentation attendance in the chat room sent by committee in the Zoom chat. Now we will continue with the second presenters. The second presenters are Felicia Magdalena Quesar, Ivana Gelasia Lamuji, and Octaviani Hewi Janto from Indonesia International Institute for Life Science, or I3L, with the title Development of Dairy-Free Yogurt Made from Rice Milk, the Effect of Storage Time Towards its Sensorial Characteristic. For the team, you have preparation time for 3 minutes, and your 7 minutes for presentation will start when you begin your presentation.
Okay, can we start now? Okay, good day, everyone. We are Fifi, Ivana, and Felis, and we're going to present about our study titled Development of Dairy-Free Yogurt Made from Rice Milk, the Effect of Storage Time Towards Sensorial Characteristics. Demands and trends are constantly changing. At the present moment, consumer demands and market trends are noticeably shifting towards the consumption of plant-based alternatives. An important segment of it is a plant-based yogurt, or the fermented aqueous extracts of plant materials of similar consistency and appearance to dairy yogurt. In 2019, its market size was valued at $1.6 billion and is expected to expand even further with a compound annual growth rate of 18.9% from 2020 to 2027. Vegan yogurt is evidently a more sustainable choice compared to dairy yogurt. Currently, the vegan yogurt market is dominated by soy yogurt due to its comparable characteristics to dairy yogurt and good acceptability. However, soybeans are actually not a local commodity here. Rice, however, has presented itself with a strong market potential since it is the least allergenic, lactose-free, is often fortified with micronutrients, and it is also apparently an excellent carrier for probiotics. Thus, our objectives are first to analyze the potential of rice milk as a substrate for developing a non-dairy yogurt, and second, to investigate the sensory properties and acceptability of rice milk yogurt with different starch time.
Well, next is the methodology of the study, which consists of yogurt making, in which all the equipment was sterilized by boiling and air-dried, then the dairy milk and the plant-based milk with the addition of thickener was boiled until 82 degrees Celsius and left to cool in a water bath until it reached 42 until 45 degrees Celsius. Then it is added with probiotic and mixed for uniform distribution, and it is fermented for 24 hours at 30 degrees Celsius, and at last it is stored in the refrigerator, or 4 degrees Celsius according to different storage time, 1, 4, and 7 days. And the next part is the analysis, in which the sensory evaluation was done by 9 untrained panelists using 9-point hedonic scale to evaluate 4 samples: dairy yogurt, rice yogurt, soy yogurt, and a half-half soy and rice yogurt with different storage time. The color, appearance, smell, taste, mouthfeel, texture, and the overall acceptability were evaluated, and the results obtained were analyzed using two-way MANOVA by JASP software.
The MANOVA results indicate that across the different levels of the storage time tested and the milk source used, there were indeed significant differences amongst the dependent variables. Subsequent ANOVA tests revealed that across the levels of the storage time tested, significant differences were found within the taste, mouthfeel, and overall acceptability of the samples, while the milk type used affected the color, appearance, smell, texture, and acceptability as well. The plot graph for the overall acceptability is depicted here. Soy rice yogurt was found to be the most comparable to dairy yogurt with no significant differences. Meanwhile, rice yogurt sample, represented by the black circle, was the least acceptable one, followed by soy yogurt sample, represented by the white square.
The fermentation in rice milk occurred due to the carbohydrates inside that converted into simple sugar during the heating process. The simple sugar are then fermented by the bacteria, which creates lactic acid and produce a similar taste like dairy yogurt. However, the addition of soy milk is needed to increase the amount of sugar that is suitable to be fermented by bacteria.
And next, for the color and appearance, it is significantly affected by the milk type, however, not the storage time. It is due to the original brownish color of the plant-based milk that affected the final yogurt color, where according to a study by McClemens et al., soy and rice milk have a lower whiteness index than cow's milk, which is 72.17 and 66.49 respectively, whereas the cow's milk has a lightness index of 86.1. And as for the smell, it is also significantly affected by the milk type, however not the storage time, whereas there is preferable smell in the legume-based product due to the earthy and beany aroma. However, when in combination with rice fermentation, the undesirable aroma was reduced due to the diacetyl compound produced, giving a subtle and butterscotch-like aroma. However, rice alone giving too rice-like aroma, therefore combination with soy is much more preferred.
As for the taste, it was significantly affected by storage time, but not with milk types. This is due to the post-fermentation process, and a similar sour taste was created respectively. However, SRY showed the best result as the overly sweet taste from the rice was balanced with the nutty flavor from the soy. For the mouthfeel and texture, the storage time affected both categories oppositely. However, both were found to be affected by the firmness of the samples and have a same decreasing trend. Another study reported that the protein's water holding capacity will decrease in high acidity, hence causing shrinkage in gel formation, which affects the firmness negatively. And although milk types affected both categories oppositely as well, SRY was ranked in the first category for both mouthfeel and texture. The watery texture created by rice milk was balanced with the overly texture by soy milk, thus create a similar result like dairy yogurt. Opposite result might have happened because of the unfamiliar term used in our experiment for the untrained panelists.
And the last, for the overall acceptability, it is significantly affected by the both milk type and also the storage time, in which the soy rice yogurt shows the most comparable result to the dairy yogurt among other sample. This is due to the acceptable taste and texture, as mentioned before, however, still limited in the color and smell. While the acceptability of your product decreases as the storage time increases due to the post-acidification, where the bacteria keeps fermenting the sugar and creating the intensely sour taste. Overall, according to Rasika et al., probiotic fermentation in rice milk is considered beneficial since it increases the acceptability, antioxidant, and bioactive compound which unravel the limitation of rice milk.
So, in conclusion, rice milk with the addition of soy milk can be a potential substitute for dairy yogurt, which takes part as a sustainable solution. The SRY sample with 4 storage days showed the best acceptability with the most comparable characteristic to dairy yogurt. Thus, it is recommended to do further research on the characteristic of rice milk itself to identify the right thickener. Moreover, natural flavorings or coloring can be added as well to enhance the acceptability. So here are our references, and that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Now, we will continue with the Q&A session for 10 minutes. The first question will be asked by Miss Vivin. For Miss Vivin, you may ask your question.
Okay, thank you for the good presentation from I3L team. For now, I want to ask for the presenter about the dairy yogurt compared with your vegan yogurt. For the storage time, how long it can be stored in the chill condition, or how we compare with the dairy yogurt that in the market? What is the best time or how long you can storage it?
So let me answer the question. Thank you for the question, Miss Elizabeth Vivin. So basically, based on our trial, we're using 1 day of storage, 4 days of storage, and 7 days of storage. However, in our experiment, it shows that 4 days of storage showed the best acceptability for the untrained panelists. But I guess if we are using the best environment for the yogurt to stop fermenting and then maintaining their quality, I think it can be longer than our experiment. However, in our experiment, we cannot stop the post-fermentation process because the best storage time is actually 4 degrees Celsius, and we need to keep the temperature stable to retain the yogurt's flavor, thus preventing it from become more acidic. However, because we did this experiment at home and we use our household refrigerator to stop the fermentation process, and we couldn't maintain a completely stable temperature for 4 degrees Celsius. So yeah, this happened due to the fact that the refrigerator used was not a special refrigerator for our yogurt experiment. Thus, from our experiment, the best storage time is 4 storage days, but I think it can be longer because we need more stable environment.
Okay.
Hello, Miss. Allow me to add to my teammates' answer. Also, if we were to truly market our product, we would add some sort of stabilizers so that it can maintain a more acceptable characteristic throughout the whole display on the market. So if we were to add stabilizers, like for example, maybe thickeners or emulsifiers like gums, maybe it will remain preferable throughout the whole market display. So it will be better to do that.
So for your experiment in here, you don't add the stabilizers and emulsifiers for the first, yeah? Okay. And the different point is the protein content when you use the fat and also the vegan yogurt, and it will also impact to the texture and also maybe the characteristic of the yogurt itself, especially for the texture and the taste. How you can have a good characteristic in the vegan yogurt towards with the vegan protein compare with the dairy yogurt itself.
Okay, thank you, Miss, for the question. It's interesting too. So I think maybe one of the ways we can kind of tackle our way around this is to add other source of protein, right? So maybe we can add soy lecithin, or in this case, we can maybe toggle the ratio. Maybe we add more soy milk compared to the rice milk, or maybe we can add other source of vegan protein, like maybe pea protein. We can add protein powder, maybe. So it will be better. It will have a better textural characteristics to it, so it can be more comparable to dairy yogurt.
For your research now, how much the ratio of your soya and rice that you use?
It's still half-half, so 50-50 ratio.
Okay, I think it's enough from me. Maybe to another judges that want to give the question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ifin. The next question will be asked by Mrs. Dea. To Mrs. Dea, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. So let's see. The dairy yogurt, even though it's still like the best one, but we can see like a hope that the soy and the rice, if you mix it together, well, actually it's not that bad. So it's a very interesting. Then I have questions like this is as a yogurt, it's actually a good source of probiotic. When you use only the soy and the rice without the milk, is there any possibility that maybe the number of the probiotics microorganisms also change? And is there any possible effect or possible relation with the sensory characteristics?
Okay, thank you, Miss, for the question. I would like to try to answer. So from the references that we have used, they all mentioned that rice is a good probiotic carriers because they are high in carbohydrates. So they are really high in simple sugars content. They are readily available for the probiotics to ferment. So they are a good carrier for their growth. However, there really aren't any studies that have investigated how the probiotics really their vitality in the rice milk. However, some have evaluated their viability in rice milk, and a lot of them have found that the probiotics are able to maintain good viability, like sufficient viability above 6 log CFU per milliliters, if I'm not mistaken. So it is able to maintain a good viability, and I hope that I guess it will kind of carry over to the sensorial characteristics, because if the probiotics were to be able to maintain good viability, then they will be active and they will have high activity in producing the acids as well. So I guess it will kind of carry over to the overall characteristics of the yogurt. I hope that answers your question.
Also, if I may add, from the addition of the soy milk, it also adds the stachose and raffinose that can enhance the cell activity of the bacteria, and also it can be an alternative source of from the sucrose. So it is. So with the addition of the soy milk, combination of soy milk and the rice milk, it is preferable for the bacteria to grow. I hope it answers your question.
Okay, thank you. I hope that you can further investigate that part, because to complete this research, I think we also need to also give strong evidence that this is actually works for the probiotics drinks like that. So I think this is all my questions. Maybe Ina, if you have questions, maybe.
No, I think it's enough.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I have one question again, if we still have more time.
Yes,
Have you ever compare with the market yogurt with with your product? I mean, like how was the consumer preferences with the market yogurt? Because I see in your method you make also the cow yogurt by yourself, right? The yogurt by yourself with the control. Have you ever mentioned about how was the market yogurt, for example, like Greenfield or Timori or something like that towards to your product?
Let me answer your questions. It's very interesting. So actually, we don't use any commercial product to comparing for our experiment and for our samples. However, since one of my the one who taste it is our family members, they say the 4 storage days of their yogurt is really similar with the commercial one. Yeah, so I think it can be used as the control as well, the one that we made. So I think what we have in here is kind of represent what you asked.
Okay, maybe if you want to commercial your product, I have a suggestion. You can also compare with the market dairy yogurt to see the consumer preferences. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for
thank
your
you, Miss, for the suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay, because the time is up, thank you for the all of judges, and also thank you for Magdalena and team. Now we will continue with the last presenter. The third presenter are Sophie Anggraini from Suegijapranata Catholic University with the title Review Big Data Analytics Application for New Food Product Development Process. For Sophie, you have preparation time for 3 minutes, and your 7 minutes for presentation will start when you begin your presentation.
Okay, thank you for the time. Good afternoon, judges, committees, and audience. I am Sophie Anggraini from Suegijapranata Catholic University. On this occasion, I will explain my study with the title Review of the Data Analytics Application for New Food Product Development Process that I worked with the help of my supervisors. This presentation will be divided into 4 parts. There are introduction, methods, result, and discussion, and the last is conclusion. First, I will discuss the background of the study. A real example of the result of rapid development of science and technology is big data. Big data is a large and complex unit of data. Variety, velocity, and volume are the 3 primary characteristics of big data and are commonly referred to the 3 P of big data. Variety indicates the data types ranging from structured to unstructured. Velocity indicates the fast data generation frequency and data transmission speed, while the volume indicates the large amounts of data storage. Faster data dissemination speed, more variety, and larger data volume are the advantages of big data over the traditional data sources. Next, for the why I choose the new food product development process, because the growth of new companies as competitors from time to time will increase. Every company will try to produce products that are superior to its competitors. Product innovation is carried out by a company to produce creative products that are more in demand by consumers. A well-produced new product can be an injection of a new growth for a company that existing products cannot do. Hence, new product development plays an important role in the company's future because new products are the key to the industry's sustainability and development. Therefore, this study will explore and review the application of big data analytics for the new food product development process. The methodology used in the study is a literature review. First, the gap analysis was done, and followed by collected literature using some keywords and screening and selected literature. The inclusion criteria used in this study were articles written in English with the topic scope of big data analytics application for the food development process in the food industry and published at least 2011 onwards. The cited article were then analyzed and reviewed in the study. Now we'll move to the third part, the result and discussion. As you can see in the slides, that the big data analytics can be used for every new food product development process, from generating ideas to market testing. Based on collected articles, there were 3 ways to generate data for the new food product development process from big data. The first is to generate data from an online co-creation or crowdsourcing platform with non-selected participants. Second is to generate data from online or offline platforms with selected participants from various online platforms. Third is to generate data from online data sources. The first method is widely used for the generating ideas and screening, while the third method is widely used for the product development. For the concept, design, and marketing strategy development, generally use all methods, while the market testing uses the second and third methods. The extraction of big data from various sources can be assisted by using processing tools and other technologies. The extracted data can then be used for the new food product development process. Those are context of data used for the new food product development process based on the collected articles. And because of its characteristics, big data has many advantages for the new food product development process. For example, industry can implement more ideas that are considered as top ideas from collected ideas. Industry can compare better concept and design for their products to meet consumer needs and wants. Industry can understand what aspects influence the consumer purchasing decision and develop better marketing strategies. And industry can make better decisions based on insight in developing their product in a shorter time. Industry can understand product evaluations to improve their products and increase their competitive advantages. With big data, large amounts of people and data can be generated quickly at a lower cost. Therefore, big data can be used to shorten the time for a new food product development process. In addition, product weaknesses can be identified and addressed yearly so that the product development process can save huge costs in launching new products. And the last is the conclusion of this study. The use of big data, which can be supported by other technologies, is very beneficial for the process of developing new products. From generating ideas to market testing, the application of big data can make it easier to assess certain information needed more quickly and precisely so that it can reduce time and cost in product development process. Companies can also predict consumer needs and wants to develop their product more precisely based on the customer's needs and wants. Nevertheless, experts, tools, and analytical techniques are needed in using big data so that data collection can be done properly and efficiently. These are the references used in the study. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sophie, for the good presentation. Now we will continue with the last Q&A session for 10 minutes. The first question will be asked by Mrs. Ina. Mrs. Ina, you may ask your question.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. I think big data is a very, hot issue right now. Yeah, because many industries, not only food, also start to rely on the big data to create new products. But I want to know, for example, because you already search through some literatures maybe, and also I don't know whether you already check the maybe do you have any example? What kind of big data that you have found through that literature? So what kind of data that actually can be used to, let's say, to see the consumer preferences? So can you give some examples, Sophie?
Yes, thank you for the question. The example of the source of big data is online reviews. For example, if a restaurant have an online reviews, they can use the consumers reviews collected in those platforms to improve their product and improve their restaurant competitive advantages.
Okay, that's from the, what is it? That's from the perspective side of the producers, but how about the competitors? How they can use this kind of data to improve their product or maybe to develop the new products?
Okay, thank you for the question. For the competitors is, for example, there are marketplace and there are reviews on the competitors' product. Then for example, the other competitors can use the reviews of their competitors' products to be taken for their product improvement if their product is in similar group products. Can you understand it?
Yeah, I can catch the main message from your explanation. Okay, so do you also group what kind of food industries that already use this big data approach actually based on your review? Is it only the restaurants or maybe is it only just food service establishment, or maybe what kind of food industry that already do this approach?
Based on collected articles, industries that use big data are for example, lemonade industry, then a restaurant to improve their products based on online reviews, and then there is study that explain the use of big data for their formulation of recipe, and other industries that categorized as big industry, like lemonade industry.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Mrs. Ina. Next question will be asked by Miss Vivin. Miss Vivin, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Sophie, for the very interesting topic for big data. Because I'm also working in the research and development in food industry, so I think this method also can replace the R&D jobs in food industry, right? So the first one that I want to ask you, how you can guarantee that the data that you collect is a valid data? Because as we know, many food companies have a confidential formulation that we cannot share the information to many people, or also how you can get how you can guarantee is the valid data is the first question. And the second one, how you can get the confidential data, maybe the formulation or maybe the sensorial data from another food industry as your database. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. For the first question is the answer of the first question is, for example, if the industry worry about the secret of formulation, then industry can select participants from online sources. For example, industry can make a form for the participants to approve that they cannot say about the formulation, or they will keep the secrets about the formulation, and they can ask the participants or the respondents for the biodata or identification of the personnel before the data sources can be collected. And can you please repeat the second question?
The second question is the confidential data from the industry. How you can get the confidential data? For example, like the formulation, or maybe for the sensorial analysis. Let's say get the data from Indofood. How you can get it for your database?
Okay, for
from the restaurant, as if the recipe is confidential, how you can get to approach the industry.
Oh, I see. The collected data that I mean is not the secret from an industry or a restaurant. It's a sharing recipe in online sharing recipe platforms that collected by various users, not a secret.
Okay, so your database is come from the let's say internet or sometimes like that, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. How it can be used also for the sensory analysis, because
for the yes.
Yeah, because as we know, we also need like a panelist for the sensory analysis.
For the sensory analysis, there is a study that explains about the sensory analysis or the acceptability of the product, and it's explained that before the acceptability test is conducted, their panelist is given a course online about the taste identification, so that the panelists can also conduct the test based on standard.
Okay, I think that's all from me, and I think the times is also already enough. Thank you for your elaboration, and I think it's very interesting if you can like give the maybe like an example for the data that you can collect in your presentation. And for the further analysis, maybe you can also collect from many companies, not also from the internet, to complete your presentation and also for your research. It will be better, I think. It will be a good result. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Miss Sifin for the question. Okay, that was the last question and answer session for today's session. Congratulations to all presenters who have presented their paper, and I wish you all the best for the result. Now, we will continue with the photo session. The committee will lead this session. For all attendees and all participants, please turn on your camera. For the committee, the time is yours.
Okay. Hello, I'm Valnia from the documentation division. I will take the photo for this session. There are 3 pages. I start with page 1. Please be ready. Okay, we'll start counting from 1, 2, 3.
Thank you for the committee. This is the end of the presentation session. I would like to apologize for any mistake that happened during this presentation session. To all presenters and participants, you may return to the main room for further information. And don't forget to stay tuned in this event to wait for awarding ceremony and the door prize. Finally, thank you so much for all of your participation.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, fellow presenters, and all participants in this room. Welcome to the presentation session of Food Science Student Conference 2021. Today, there are 3 finalists who will present their papers. I, Ruben Giovanno, will be the moderator for this room. Before we begin with the presentation session, allow me to read the rules of the presentation session. All presenters should wear formal attire and their alma mater jacket. All team members should be present during the presentation. The paper presentation can be done by one person or by the whole group. The entire presentation should be done in English. Presenters must turn on their camera during the entire presentation and Q&A session. Please ensure that you always have a good internet connection. Each presenter has a total of 20 minutes, 3 minutes for preparation time, 7 minutes for presentation, and 10 minutes for Q&A session. A warning on the remaining time will be given by Zoom chat. Please introduce yourselves before starting the presentation. The judge's decisions is final and cannot be contested. To all presenters, please ensure that you are in the right breakout room. This is room C. If you have the wrong breakout room, please contact the committee by Zoom chat. Thank you. And for attendee rules, all attendees should turn on their camera and deactivate their microphone. And last but not least, the committee can remove the attendees that are interfering with the breakout session. Please don't forget to fill in the attendance form sent by the committee. Okay, now allow me to introduce room C's judges. The first judge is Mrs. Ivana Aprilia Pratiwi, STP M.Sc, from Research and Development Nabati Group. The second judge is Mrs. Dr. Bernadetta Sudarini, STP MP, from Faculty of Agricultural Technology. She is a lecturer from Sugio Pranato Catholic University.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Okay. The third judge is Mrs. Cynthia Andriani, STP M.Sc, from Faculty of Agricultural Technology. She's a lecturer from Sugio Pranato Catholic University.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, now we will continue the presentation by the first team. The first presenters are Givon Fatakulkisan, Ayun Andani, and Felicia Hanafi from University of Indonesia with the title Production of Trans-Free Margarine Stock by Enzymatic Interesterification of Porcelain Seed Oil, Palm Stearin, and Coconut Oil. You may start your presentation when ready. Your 7 minutes will start when you begin your presentation.
allow me to share my screen first. Is it now already clear in your screen?
Yes, it's already appear in my screen.
Okay, thank you very much for your confirmation. Then I will start. Healthy life has been so dangerous to maintain with all of the delicious foods with dangerous after effects lurking in. What should we do to enjoy such a variety of food, yet stay healthy at the same time? Greetings, judges, sponsor committees, and also other participants. We are from Universitas Indonesia with the title Production of Trans-Free Margarine Stock by Enzymatic Interacidification of Parsley Seed Oil, palm stearine, and coconut oil. Today, I, Felicia Hanafi, alongside with my teammates Ayu Andani and Ivan Pranato, will be presenting our paper. Here is the outline of our presentation.
Okay, what kind of danger are we facing until we need to hold ourselves from eating food? Aside from European Cardiovascular Disease Statistic 2017 edition, CFD is the leading cause of mortality with 11 million new cases every year, with 49% of all deaths annually. And more specifically, it is about 40% of men, while in women it is responsible for 49% death. The definition of cardiovascular disease covers all types of disease that affect the heart or blood vessels, including coronary heart disease that could lead to heart attack, stroke, and peripheral artery disease. With only 2% energy intake of TFA, it increased the risk of developing cardiovascular heart disease by 22%. This can occur when consuming food that contain TFAs. It will lump to itself and plaque will form. The plaque we are talking about is about a combination of fat, cholesterol, calcium, and other substances that build up in arteries. Plaque can block the artery and cause a heart attack. So, what is TFA? TFAs are unsaturated fatty acids with at least one double bond in trans configuration. Mandatory TFA labeling, consumer education, and media campaign that create a high level of consumer awareness have led manufacturers to reformulate product and to reduce TFA's content. Therefore, the industry uses several other methods with the interesterification of vegetable oil as one of the alternatives. By interesterifying, vegetable oil's cheese structure will stay intact and preventing trans fatty acid to form.
So, what are we proposing? As most people know, margarine has been one of the biggest factors in the food industry that causes CVD. To counter this, protein seed oil, coconut oil, and palm stearine will be used as our raw material to make trans fat-free margarine using enzymatic interesterification. Thus, the interesterified fat could achieve desirable characteristics such as suitable melting point and crystallization behavior.
We choose porcelain seeds oil as one of our margarine ingredients because porcelain seeds are very high in antioxidants, minerals, and vitamins, which may have various health benefits. One study in obese teenagers reported that porcelain seeds reduce LDL or the bad cholesterol and triglyceride level, both of which are associated with an increased risk of heart disease.
As for our materials, we have protein seeds oil, coconut oil, palm stearine, liposine tel-IM, tocopherol and phytosterol standards, and also other required solvents.
To produce a trans fat-free margarine product based on porcelain seed oil, we use the same method in producing margarine products from rice bran oil by Adhikari. Since both materials have almost the same polyunsaturated fatty acid content, the expected result will be similar above 90%. So first, all materials such as porcelain seed oil, palm stearine, and coconut oil were mixed together in the reactor, and then added lipases enzyme to the mixture. After that, the reaction mixtures were incubated. After the reaction, lipases were removed from the mixture by vacuum filtrations. For removing free fatty acid, the mixtures were titrated with calcium hydroxide, and then the upper layer was separated by gas chromatography. To prove margarine that we produce has desired characteristic and is high in antioxidants, we also do some analysis such as solid fat content, sleep melting point, tocopherol, phytosterol, and polymorphism. Here are the instruments we use to do the analysis.
Okay, after analyzing with a few methods, we got desirable result. Our results showed SFC levels at room temperature showed 33.1%. That means our product product have complied with commercial margarine standard for the desired spreadability as a plastic fat.
Suaranya. The next is the tocopherol and phytosterol components. Tocopherol itself has a high antioxidant and vitamin E activity and is usually used in dietary supplements. Our margarine has 33 milligram per kilogram tocopherol contents, which is below from the maximum intake for margarine and also closer to the average daily intake. Meanwhile, for phytosterols, it's reached 1,384 milligram per kilogram, which could be classified as an effective cholesterol-lowering agent. So the next thing we're going to talk about is the spreadability of the margarine. In this case, it's the polymorphism, represented by the beta prime crystal. Using X-ray diffraction, we found that our margarine shows large spacing in their intensities, which is 0.5 angstrom. This shows that our margarine has good spreadability for a margarine product. On top of that, our margarine shows closely packed large rod-like crystals that have a tendency to be firm and not separate from each other. So, why are we proposing this idea? Cardiovascular has been so dangerous, especially for those who like to consume food that contains margarine. Looking at that as a concern, margarine, which is one of the factors of trans fat consumption, is now trans fat free. Not only using potential raw materials, we could also prevent something that has been so dangerous this whole time. Imagine how nice it is to consume something without any worry of sleep. These are the references that we use for our paper and presentation. Thank you so much for your attention and interest.
Okay, thank you for the incredible presentation. Now we will continue with the question and answer session for 10 minutes. To Mrs. Rini, you may ask your questions.
Okay, thank you, Ruben. And good afternoon for the first presenter, Felicia Gifon, and also Ayu Andani. I have two questions for you. The first question is about the enzyme. So we know that enzyme has specified or has always specific in their action, right?
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, what is the specification of the lipozyme that you use in this research? Can you explain about it more detail, please?
Let me answer your question, Miss. So I've already prepared a data of the comparison with other lipozyme and enzyme. In this case, is we use tel IM, which is produced from Thermomyces lanuginosus. And as you can see here, lipozyme tel IM is already widely used in enzymatic interesterification because it involves SN1 and 3 specific. As you can see here, one of the source of lipid of lipozyme tel IM is Bogasari, and lipozyme tel IM here is going to help with the process of enzymatic interesterification. I hope that answer your questions.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. And the second question, I also learned from your presentation that it is possible to reuse the enzyme because it can be separated from the product, right?
Yes.
In the presentation you mentioned, so for the separation, you can simply use a filter because then the enzyme can be separated from the product. But my question is, how do you sure that only that the enzyme is still in good shape and not interrupted by the reaction during the what you call it? Yeah, the reaction. I mean, the reaction with the material, the raw material. Can you get what I mean?
Do you mean like
how to remove the enzyme without damaging the raw materials. Am I right?
Yes, exactly.
So we already try to compare with a lot of papers, and as you can see earlier from the presentation, we found that you can see from the presentation that we can actually remove enzyme without damaging the raw materials. As you can see, this is one of the paper that we also compare, that this paper used vacuum filtration to remove enzyme. And as we read from our source, that it does not damage, like the conclusion of the paper said that there's no damage on the enzyme and can be reused again. And as you can see, as you can see that our process also similar with the process that I showed here about the using vacuum filtration, so that the enzyme itself won't damage. The enzyme itself will be removed while not damaging the raw materials. If that answers your questions.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about the effectivity level and how many times you can use or reuse the enzyme for the same reaction.
About if it's about the quantity of how much it should be used, it's actually depending on how much raw materials that being used, and also how much like the intensity of the process. But as I read from a lot of sources, that this enzyme usually can be used around 20 times, reusing around 20 times in average.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
so
you very
then
much.
I get back to Ruben.
Thank you for the question and answer. Next to Mrs. Ivana, you may ask your questions.
Okay, it is interesting and good paper and presentation, but I want to ask to you and your team, what do you think to apply this research in a big scale? I mean, if you want to purpose this concept to the food industry, as we know that in Indonesia, we also have quite consume a lot for margarine, especially for the bakery industry and others. So how you purpose it and related to the amount of the material, the raw material that you use is porcelains. Okay, thank you.
I'll answer first for the amount of porcelain that's being used. So first, I'm going to show you about the bakery consumption and average in the whole world. So as you can see, the graph is actually showing the global bread consumption, and is expected to grow until 2025. That's why we see it's really feasible to scale it up. And for the materials itself, we use porcelain seed oil, and it can be cultivated for porcelain itself, because as you can see, I've already searched a lot of sources of how porcelain seed could be cultivated, and I quote from Horticultura itself that porcelain seeds could be harvested around 20 or until 30 days from planting until first harvest. On top of that, porcelain also has low water needs and low maintenance, so it could be planted pretty much without a lot of maintenance and without a cost for porcelain itself. And as you can see here, I've already put in the seed yield for 1 hectare is around 1,100 kilogram per hectare for the first harvest. And if it's the scale up, we already counted about the cost around for the raw material itself. We have made a rough analysis for the cost. So this is the rough cost that we got, that for only for the scale up production, for 1 kilogram of margarine, it only cost around 170 to 1,000 for 1 kilogram of margarine. That's only for 1 kilogram of margarine, and this could be scaled up more depending on the system. And then my friend will explain about the industry scale of the system. Please, are you?
Sorry, your voice. You.
I'm sorry, the voice. Is it possible to explain?
Can you hear me, Gifon?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, you can.
Okay, if you
Can you
want
talk
to
a little
produce-
bit louder? Yes.
Okay, if you want to produce industrial scale margarine with high yields, you can use a continuous batch reactor. So, free fatty acid separation is not needed, and the instrument you use, you have to use is product pump and packet bed, column, and feed tank and bioreactor. So it's more cheaper to produce margarine in industry scale.
Yes. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question and answer. The time for the Q&A session is up. Thank you for the first team for wonderful presentation. Before we continue with the second presenter, please don't forget to fill in the attendance form sent by the committee. Okay, we will continue with the second presenter. The second presenter is Christopher Hans Pramana from Sugio Pranato Catholic University with the title Meat Analog, Opportunities, Challenges, and Consumer Acceptance. You may start your presentation when ready. Your 7 minutes will start when you begin your presentation.
Hello. Are the PPTs already shared?
Yes.
Can anyone? Oh, okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. The judges and participants. My name is Hans Pramana. I'm from Soegijapranata Catholic University. And today I will present to you about my review, Meat Analog, Opportunities, Challenge, and Consumer Acceptance. And this is my outline for my presentation today. Okay, so I will start. Who doesn't love meat? Indonesia have varieties of delicacies that consist of meat, and everybody loves meat. But do you know that the meat, especially red meat, have poor conversion efficiency? You can see here, there's a beef that have only 3% conversion efficiency, and this is very bad. And in addition, there will be 9.8 billion people in 2050, and the current global consumption of meat is 43 kilograms per capita per year. And it's expected the meat consumption is projected to rise around 76%. And this is how we farm our meat soon to be meat today. Is it good or is it bad? Look, it's more like factory than the farm, and more researchers has been concerned about it. And our livestock production today use 29% of 92% of fresh water in the agricultural sector, and use 14.5 greenhouse gases, emits 14.5%, and sometimes leads to deforestation. And overly consume of red meat leads to hypertension, type 2 diabetes, and stroke. So people begin to change their diet into the plant-based one, begin to adopt a vegetarian or vegan lifestyle. And there is one product that comes from original from vegetarian. There is the meat analog. They usually call meat analog for this kind of product like seitan, tofu, and tempeh. And today's meat analog is better than the old one, which has a better characteristic with some higher sensory profile, and it can also change color when it cooked. Today I will present the opportunities and challenges in meat analog development. The first is protein source exploration. The first one come from insect. And as you can see here, there's some insect used in meat analog. It could protein source, but it has a dark extruded result. The next one is mushroom. It can increase the texture of meat analog with high water content in the meat analog and has a smaller aerosol in the meat analog. But at the same time, it decreases the expansion ratio. The next one is come from pseudo cereal like quinoa and buckwheat. It creates amino acid source and provide minerals, but it has a poor water holding capacity and water retention. And the next one is come from legume. It can produce a pleasant color, but can lead to discoloration if too much heat. And the next one is microalgae. It can increase fat content in the meat analog, but also had poor internal cohesion if we add more than 50% addition. The next one in nutrition and health. As you can see here, there is a similar amount of protein in the meat analog and the conventional one, but the drawbacks is the sodium content in the meat analog is quite high. The environmental impact of meat analog, as you can see here, there is two main popular meat analog, beyond and if possible. It's really significantly low than the original meat one. And the next one is 3D printing for meat analog. It's hoped that in the future, meat analog could be produced by 3D printing. This is the use of soy protein isolate, and the bottom part is used for mushroom protein. It can have sufficient amount of fiber in the result. And the next one is the use of fava bean protein concentrate and the oat protein concentrate from these studies. And the bottom part is the use of insect powder. It can show a darker product also if we add too much powder of insect. And then consumer acceptance for the meat analog is it can be divided to response, the support and oppose. The supporting part is people who are concerned about health, animal welfare, and environment will tend to reduce their meat consumption. The opposing side said that hedonic attachment make them not easy to leave the meat consumption. The character of people who tends to eat meat analog usually come from women who tend to wants to switch to plant-based diet, and the men and teenagers for insect and lab-grown meat. The opposing side said that people who never tried meat analog usually have bad perception. The market share for meat analog is very low today. It's still around 22% for plant-based, and the consumption rate is even lower. With one survey said that 77% of the respondents never eat meat analog. The barrier for consumer acceptance is the food neophobia, unfamiliarity, and unpleasant experience. And the opportunity for meat analog is incorporation of hybrid product. There's 50% meat analog, 50% real meat, and the testing experience will give the consumer a better chance to a better market of meat analog. The conclusion, the novel protein for meat analog is still needs further trial for its formulation. And meat analog has a similar nutritional profile with the original meat, so it could be a solution for a sustainable protein source. And 3D printing is a great potential for meat analog, but as you can see before that, it still needs further research for making to meat analog, and needs more work to make people accept meat analog that have very low market share and market consumption. And health substitution of meat analog will be a great way to introduce a greater market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the marvelous presentation. Now we'll continue with the question and answer session for 10 minutes. To Mrs. India, you may ask your questions.
Okay, thank you for a really nice presentation and very interesting, because nowadays people very conscious about plant-based diet actually. So I have some question. I know that this research is more about review or kind of you try to gather some data, but can you please explain what is the outcome, the tangible outcome from this research or review study? What do you expect to do with this result and a lot of data that you have gathered?
Okay, that's it.
I will have another question.
Okay,
Let's
okay,
just
okay.
finish
I will
answering
answer
first.
the first one. I hope that from my review, it could be a way. Sorry, mainly this data is come from the European countries or North American. I can say that mostly provide a better product of meat analog. That Indonesian is still far away from that. That to produce meat analog that has a great sensory profile, if I can say, from the European and American one. That I hope from gathering or from reviewing some data from this research, I could help the development in methanol in Indonesia.
Okay, but have you considered that in Indonesia itself, actually we have a lot of traditional food, for example, like perkedel or stick tempe or some other food that actually it's kind of the initial prototype of meat analog itself, but our country or our people not realize, okay, that's kind of meat analog, but in a that traditional or that shape. Have you considered that actually we already have a lot of plenty of foods with meat analog base kind of?
Yes, that's really correct. That we have like tempeh and tofu that really very common in our diet in Indonesia. But this meat analog, I consider it for the change in the meat dishes, of not only meat dishes consumption. If we, for example, if you have rendang meat analog, it will be a change in the dishes, not changing the tempeh one. It changes the rendang one. So it could come from the plant-based protein, not from the farm animal. That's the point of meat analog. Is change the meat dish, not the traditional like tempeh or etc.
Okay, and based on your research, you have plenty of resources actually, either from mushroom, insects, also from the beans itself. And can you make a conclusion or mapping which one is preferable, or I mean, of course, you need to consider the allergy response and also the price kind of sustainability issue. Do you have any recommendation? Which one the best or kind of?
I can say the best is still for the mushroom and the microalgae, because microalgae is currently there's a lot in powder form, whereas the meat analog is usually come from the soy protein isolate or concentrate that also powder that mixed with water and in extruded it will make meat that meat-like texture. And the second is the mushroom. Mushroom is have an umami flavor. That's the main point there, that it already has the flavor that can mimics the meat the most. I think that's my answer.
Okay. It's another consideration when you say protein extract and some other thing. What do you think? Which one better to use protein isolate, protein concentrate, or just the whole protein resource when you want to produce meat analog in a big scale industry? Do you have any suggestion or study about that?
Okay, about this protein isolate and concentrate, I've been found some research that debate these things, whereas because it use protein concentrate and isolate, it can be called that meat analog is have heavily processed food. So I hope in the future there will be a development of meat analog that use whole more whole protein than the concentrated or the isolate one. But in this time, maybe the best is still use the protein concentrate and the isolate one to meet the demanding protein content. I think that's my answer.
Okay, that's all from me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question and answer. Next to Mrs. Serini, you may ask your questions.
Okay, thank you, Ruben, for the opportunity. So with regard to the meat analog, Christian Hans, I would like to know, in your opinion, among the challenge that you explained in your presentation, which one is the most challenging, the most difficult to deal with?
Okay, from the challenges, I think the most challenge is find the resource, find the other resource than the soybean, because soybean is a lot of people have allergy for the soybean, and we're looking for a new protein resource that really struggle one, because it's really hard to find a suitable protein. That if you say you can go with insect has some high protein, but also in the other side it has some insect has a high sodium and saturated fatty content. So the looking for the new protein, I think it's the struggle the most.
Well, but you already mentioned to answer to Cynthia that actually mushroom and what else? Are really actually the best.
Microalgae.
Yeah, microalgae. They are the best actually and fit for meat analog. What about that?
Because I gathered the data, that was the most feasible one from the data today, and I think because of that, it could be the most promisable protein. That
Okay. Well, the last question about mushroom. There are so many mushrooms in this earth you can find, but the challenge is always, is it really safe for human consumption, or because some of them can have really dangerous or toxicant inside, right? So can you explain about a little bit more about the mushroom that's safe for human consumption?
I think we can start from the usually consumed mushroom, or we cannot find a new one that based on the wild. I think we should use the already used one of the kinds of mushroom that used to incorporate in meat analog, because it already have a lot of research that said it can produce more fiber in the texture result, it can has an umami flavor, like I said before. And I think the better is we use the common mushroom than the other mushroom, than that we haven't know it has toxic or anything else. That's it.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, Ruben.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question and answer. Next to Mrs. Ivana, you may ask your questions, but please, the time is 1 minute left. You must be quick with the question. Thank you.
Okay, I just wondering about the sensory perception of the customer, because as you mentioned in the presentation that the people, the customer may rejecting your idea is the one who dislike of have a bad experience with the aroma of the products. So what do you think about it?
Okay, because meat analog is usually come from the vegetarian, that maybe some people have eat the vegetarian one like seitan or some kind like that, have a bad experience with that. So in the new modern meat analog, people tend to more afraid it will taste the same like the old one they have experienced. But as you can see later, before that, modern meat analog has a more pleasant sensory profile than the old traditional meat analog for vegetarian. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you for I'm sorry, but the time is up. We can afford another question. Thank you for the question and answer. The time for the Q&A
Thank
session
you.
is up. Thank you to second team for the marvelous presentation. We will now continue with the last presenter. The last presenter is Dava Abhyasa Ramadan from Diponegoro University with the title Application of Cornstarch-Based Edible Film to Inhibit the Browning Reaction on Fuji Apples. You may start your presentation when ready. Your 7 minutes will start when you begin your presentation.
Excuse me, for the screen is already shown in.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you for moderator and good afternoon for all participants and thank you for all judges. Today, I want to introduce myself first. My name is Dava Abhyasa Ramadan from delegate from Diponegoro University. Today, I want to share my presentation paper about application of cornstarch-based edible film to inhibit the browning reaction on Fuji apple or Molluscus domesticum. Okay, Fuji apple. Talk about Fuji apple. Fuji apple is the most common type of apple that we consume, but they contain phytochemical compound that contain panel well oxidized could make color skin discoloration or called browning. Browning is a reaction from catechol substrate with enzyme called polyphenol oxidase and will make a complex compound called melanin. So to inhibit the browning reaction can be done by coating the apple with apple skin with edible film. Edible film is a material made from thin layer, so it can cover the foodstuff. So it can cover the foodstuff from the oxygen, carbon dioxide, on microbiology and others. And this material and method I bring in this experiment is 3 Fuji apples, 1 liter mineral water, egg yolk, cornstarch flour, glycerol, and coconut oil. And the methods in my experiment, the first is making cornstarch, an application method, measurement of earth, sensory analysis, and water vapor fermentation. And the topic I discussed in the experiment, the first is weight loss, after that is hardness, after that is sensory analysis, after that is color and elongation. Okay, the first is weight loss. You can look on table 1 and the left is a result of observation Fuji apple at room temperature. And we know based on table 1 that Fuji apple and control treatment has the lightest weight. So we can give the treatment with edible film and increasing the concentration with T1 and T2 treatment. So it can increase the weight of apple Fuji. Weight loss in Fuji apple due to the oxidation reaction evaporation, which can make apple fruit injured. The 2 is hardness. Hardness of Fuji apple during storage temperature, we can increase the hardness. So the softening in Fuji apple, we can give a solution with applied an edible film. So if we give an edible film, it can increase the hardness value of Fuji apples. Yes, the third is sensory analysis. This is the average value of phenol prevent from Fuji apples. The parameter in the test is texture and aroma. This is the average score without the value of phenol prevent. From this table, we know based on table 3, increasing the Fuji apple up to 0.5%, it can increase the texture of apple. And loss of Fuji apple from sensory analysis can will it giving in edible film, we can increase the concentration to inhibit the odor due to apples. The first is color intensity of Fuji apples, and this value of brightness on L based on table 4, it was known the concentration if we increase the concentration of glycerol in edible film, it can increase the film thickness and the edible film intensity of Fuji apple, it can increase. The 5 is elongation. Elongation is the situation while we get stretch the edible film and before broken, and we know the result from the the average value of glycerol concentration is assume the Japanese industrial standard was 70%. So we can result the greater elongation, the greater if we increase the edible, can get result the greater elongation value added. And for the conclusion, we can conclude if we coating with Fuji apple with construct edible film can significant inhibit the browning relation for Fuji apple. And if we get higher the concentration of edible film can increase the thickness, and the structure of edible film can more durable and not easily damaged. And the Fuji apple can last for longer, and we can extend the shelf life. It's all. Thank you for your attention, and I'm sorry if I had a mistake while gave information. Thank you, and I'm back to moderator.
Okay, thank you for the incredible presentation. Now we'll continue with the question and answer session for 10 minutes. To Mrs. Ivana, you may ask your questions.
Okay, thank you for the time. So it is an interesting presentation, but I have a question. And the first is the how many panelists that you use for sensory analysis, because you didn't mention, and how many, I mean, like, is 9 or 5 the scale of the maximum scale of the sensory analysis. So I want to know about the cutoff point of the result of the sensory analysis.
Okay, thank you for judges for the answer. In this, because I take source data from journal, I read about this panelist is such 10 panelists do with value with testing with sensory analysis, and the score is from 0 to 5. The parameter is 0 is a bad, and the good in good condition for panelists is 5.
Okay. And the next question is about what do you think about the best concentration of glycerol that you use? Is it 0.5 or 1%? Consider to the cost analysis if you want to produce in a big scales.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Actually, if we from my information given before presentation, if we increase the concentration with edible film, it can so give actually the condition for Fuji apple with in good condition. I can assume because if we get decrease the concentration, it can the edible film can work the function to avoid the skin apple, like from evaporation or like carbon dioxide or microbiology. And if we get increase to thickness in edible film, I can assume we can save get in Fuji apples. And for the cost, to make an edible film, I think because I don't make this edible film, I assume that because I just read the literature, the cost for to make this experiment, I think for I think I just made this for a home industry, not for a large industry like a manufacturer. But for the cost, I can for cost this experiment up to 100 rupees, I think. Actually for home industry, not for art industry like manufacturer.
Okay, thank you for the answer, but I just want to give some suggestion. If you want to continue your research, maybe you can add some parameter for the sensory analysis, especially you give the title of this paper is edible film, so you must to consider much of the parameter of the sensory, such as the texture, aroma, and also the another parameter, because the people may eat the edible film. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for advice. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the question and answer. Next to Mrs. Cynthia, you may ask your questions.
Okay, thank you for very nice presentation and very interesting topic since you try to extend the shelf life actually, but by using edible packaging or edible film. So my question is, do you have the picture for the Apple Fuji application when you add the cover with the T0, T1, and T2 treatment?
I'm sorry, because I just take from the literature. I don't have a picture.
Oh, so this one is just based on the literature, not you are doing the research, or?
I just take from the literature, but I just develop because the before literature don't tell about like applied and edible film, but they test the other parameter. No, in my research, I do to apply an edible film to Fuji apples.
But how you can obtain those sensory evaluation results then?
For the sensory analysis, I took the parameter from the literature that I read because the score for the parameter from 0 to 5. So I can assume if with the average value is from the middle from 0 to 5, I can assume they can extend the safe life of Fuji apple.
Okay, because I was wondering, since there's no information from that slide, exactly that slide number 7 about, is that I was thinking that it's from your analysis, not from the reference, since there's no information that it's from reference. Okay, I have a question that maybe, because I just thinking when you say about the edible packaging, means that you will cover the whole apple Fuji with the coating liquid, right?
Yes.
And then you will store in the room temperature. So my question is, will you just let or store the coated apple at the room temperature, or will you need something else to contain it?
Okay. Thanks for the answer. The first, before I made the research because about this experiment, I wonder to apply this to a market. We usually see the Fuji apple not stored in like a cold temperature. So I hope with my research can apply it in a food store, modern store actually, to don't store in cold temperature, but have a safe life same with if we stored in the cold temperature, I think.
But will you need another package for your coated apple? Because I was thinking, I saw your ingredients. It contains egg yolk and some nutritious ingredients, right? And then when you applied that one to be the coating materials, and then you put it at the room temperature, I just thinking it could be the source of the contamination if you consider the food safety. How can you ensure that it's safe enough when we just consume it, or do we need to wash before consume it directly?
Okay. If we the edible what I made in this experiment is I get a condition in room temperature. But if we want to take if the situation like from contamination, because the Fuji apple that we don't store at cold temperature, just applied with edible film. I don't assume because I don't really do this tried with edible film, but I assume because the content that Fuji Apple I made like wait this like and your constructor this component that I assume that we can get a straightness in edible film, so it can avoid from other contamination, I think.
Okay, always thinking if you want to make it to scale up this idea, and then you store at the room temperature, and we need to consider that there are a lot of hazard resources that you need to consider, even though it's not the focus of this research, but if you want to commercialize this typical idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Is there another answer maybe or not?
oh, I think I want to add the statement. For edible film that I made, I used the cornstarch edible film. So I hope the straightness in edible film can get straightness because the constant 4 have contain like other ingredients to protect the apple skin, so it can more durable and extend the shelf life. That's it.
Okay, thank you for the question and answer. For Q&A session is up. That was the last Q&A for today's session. Congratulations to all presenters who have presented their paper, and I wish you all the best for the result. Now we will continue with the photo session. The committee will lead the session, so please turn on your camera.
Hello, I am Grace from the Documentation Division. I will take the photo for this session. There are two pics. I start with pic 1. Please be ready. And okay, we start counting from 1, 2, 3. Okay, next pic. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Grace. This marks the end of the presentation session. I would like to apologize for any mistakes that happened during the presentation session. To all presenters and participants, you may return to the main room for further information. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to the Food Science Students Conference 2021. Okay, now we have come to our special event. For our loyal audience who have joined us from the beginning until now, we also prepared some special gift for you. We will now pick 2 lucky audiences to win a door prize of 50,000 rupiah e-money voucher by answering some trivia questions from the committee. And the rules: we will pick the winner from the fastest audience response in the room chat. All participants must answer the question according to the format sent by the committee in the room chat. The format to answer the question is name _ institution or university. The chosen audience then must answer the questions by turning on their microphone. The winner will be contacted or reached by one of the committees via the WhatsApp number from the registration form. All right, without further ado, let's begin. Okay, take a good look, everyone. The first question is, okay, What does FOSTER stand for and what is the current theme of this conference? Okay. Come on, answer quickly. And correctly, of course. Okay, I repeat the questions. What does FOSTER stand for and what is the current theme of this conference? Okay, come on, guys. Anyone? It's easy, guys. The theme is on this in front of your screen, by the way. Okay. Should I repeat the question? The first question is, what does FOSTER stand for? And what is the current theme of this conference?
Hello.
Hello, who is this?
I am Evan from I3L University.
Okay, Evan, you may answer the question.
Yes. Basically, poster is stand for share their finding and insight to each other, which that which that have theme of pushing of the boundaries of sustainable and responsible food innovation. The current theme that present is from Vidya Mandala Catholic University from Surabaya, which has the title paper of YouTube.
Oh. Okay. The FOSTER stand for what? The full name of FOSTER. The current theme is correct.
Oh, food science student conference.
Okay, congratulations, Mr. Evan, for winning the first door prize. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to the next question. Listen carefully, guys. Okay. The second question is, in which country Dr. Insinyur Jimmy Pradana is currently working? I repeat, in which country Dr. Insinyur Jimmy Pradana is currently working? Come on, answer. Okay, I've got the name. For Anna from SU, you may answer the questions. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, you may answer the question.
From German.
Could you specify which country? In which country?
Germany.
I mean which city? Yeah, the country is Germany. Where?
Singen.
Okay, that's true. Congratulations, Miss Anna, for winning the second door prize. Give applause to us. Okay. Please give a round of applause for one more. And the committee will soon contact you for further information. And to all of the door prize winner, could you please open your cam for a while to take the picture together for the documentation? And the documentation team will get the photo session. for Miss Anna and Mr. Who? Evan, please turn on your camera. Yeah, to take the pictures together.
Okay.
Okay.
Please open your cam for the documentation session. Okay, I will start counting from 1, 2, 3. Okay, then thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Now the moment everyone has been waiting for, I will announce the winners of the scientific paper competition. The judging process has been finished by all the educators, and I will announce the result of the competition. Before announcing the result, please keep in mind that the educator's decision is final. First, I will announce the outstanding paper and outstanding presentation winners of the scientific paper competition of Foster 2021. And there will be 3 winners for the outstanding paper scientific competition. Okay. The teams that win the outstanding paper are Divon Fatakul Kisan, Ayu Andani, and Felicia Hanafi from University of Indonesia with the title Production of Trans-Free Margarine Stock by enzymatic interstratification of porcelain, seed oil, palm stearin, and coconut oil. Congratulations. And next, Christopher Hans Paramana from Sugio Pranato Catholic University with the title Meat Analog, Opportunities, Challenges, and Consumer Acceptance. And Customer Acceptance. Congratulations. And finally, Laura Godelief, May Sinta Natalia Sari, and Megan Pakpahan from Vidya Mandala Catholic University, Surabaya, with the title Use of Snake Skin Fruit as an Antioxidant Source for Jelly Drink. Congratulations, all of the winners. For all the winners, please open your cam for the documentation session. And the documentation team will guide the photo session. Thank you.
Okay, please open your cam for the documentation session. And please raise your hand so that it can be put in the spotlight. Okay, I will start counting from 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And congratulations once again. And please give a round of applause for all the winners. Okay. Okay, next, I will announce the outstanding presentation from room A, B, and C. And the winner of outstanding presentation from room A is Wineta Milenia Jatmiko Riki Rafael Untung Putra from Suegijapranata Catholic University with the title Review, Potential of Chickpea and Faba bean as Megan made. Congratulations. And the winner of outstanding presentation from room B is Laura Godelief, May Sinta Natalia Sari, Megan Pakpahan from Vidya Mandala Catholic University, Surabaya, with the title use of snakeskin fruit as an antioxidant source for jelly drink. Congratulations. And the winner of outstanding presentation from room C is Divon Fatakul Kisan, Ayu Andani, and Felicia Hanafi from University of Indonesia with the title Production of Trans-Free Margarine Stock by Enzymatic Interesterification of Porcelain Seeds Oil, Palm Stearin, and Coconut Oil. Congratulations. Okay, all right, for all the winners, please open your cam for the documentation session. And the documentation team will guide the photo session. Thank you.
Okay, please open your cam for the documentation session. And please raise your hand so that it can be put in the spotlight. Okay. I will start counting from 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations for all the winners. And please give a round of applause to all of the winners. All right. And last but not least, the best overall award based on the abstract, full paper, and presentation score is the team from Felicia Magdalena Kuisar, Ivana Gelasia Lamuji, and Octaviani Hebijanto from Indonesia International Institute for Life Science, with the title Development of Dairy-Free Yogurt Made from Rice Milk, the effect of storage time towards its sensorial characteristic. Congratulations. Please open your cam for the documentation session, and the documentation team will guide the photo session.
Okay. Please open your cam for the documentation session. And please raise your hand so that it can be put in the spotlight. Okay, I will start counting from 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And please give a round of applause to all of the winners. Okay, thank you very much. Before we end this conference, for all participants and committees, please open your cam for the documentation session. And the documentation team will guide the photo session. Thank you.
Okay, please open your cam for the documentation session. And for the platform and equipment team, okay, thank you. Okay, please open your cam for the documentation session. Okay, I will start counting from 1, 2, 3. Next pick. 1, 2, 3. Next pick. 1, 2, 3. Okay, then thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. This is the end of the conference. As a reminder, there is an evaluation form of the conference that must be filled by the audience. The participants will get their certificate only after filling the form. The link of the evaluation form is sent in the room chat. The evaluation form will be opened for 1 hour until 5:35 p.m. Okay, I would like to say thank you so much to the speakers, lecturers, and also the audiences for your participation. And thank you so much for the committee that has held this conference as best as possible. Please do forgive us if there was any mistake made during the conference and it was unintentional. I, Peter William Subuzepa, as the Master of Ceremony from this conference, would like to say thank you for attending this conference and see you in Foster 2022. Bye-bye.